In this beginner course, I'm going to teach you everything you need to get started drawing in AutoCAD. With only 9 chapters, we will start from drawing basic shapes, understanding the core concept of AutoCAD commands and tools, learning isometric and 2D drawings, to completing architectural projects, mastering layouts, as well as draw any cool, interesting and fun stuff you can possibly think of and more. With many CAD software available, AutoCAD is still the most popular CAD software used worldwide across the construction and design industries, and it's by far the most demanding for jobs and taught the most in school. So if you're a student or trying to get a job or just want to learn AutoCAD and draw anything you want, then AutoCAD is for you and you are in the right place. I designed this course for anyone who wants to learn AutoCAD. If you're an absolute beginner, don't worry. I will hold your hands through this entire course and make AutoCAD easy to understand. I will teach you everything you need to know from scratch. Even if you're familiar with AutoCAD, Chapter 8 and 9 are packed with advanced shortcuts, tricks, and adverts that help me learn AutoCAD faster and more effectively. I've spent 1 year to make this course and study countless AutoCAD books. I'm super excited to be teaching you AutoCAD in this course, and I hope you will stick around and learn this beautiful and powerful drafting software. Starting with Chapter 1, the basic geometry. Once you open up your AutoCAD application, you will be seeing this interface. We'll come back to all this later. What I want you to do is just click on this new here or click on this plus icon. Whichever one will give you the same result. I'll click on this new and then you will be seeing these buttons. Don't worry about them. We are coming to them later. Just click on line here. Click anywhere in the drawing area. Somewhere like here. Point a direction. And just click. Now when you move your mouse a little, you will see the line didn't end. It continues, so you can continue clicking to get other points. If you want to finish the command, just press enter on your keyboard. Now that's more of a sketch. To do it precisely, select the line tool again, click once, point to a direction, and then you will see this tooltip with a dimension highlighted. If I move, the dimension will be increasing. It's all possible because of this guy, dynamic input. If I click on it, all of that is gone. I will click it once to bring it back. By default, you won't be seeing it. You have to come here, click on this hamburger icon for customization, and then there it is, dynamic input. Make sure it is checked. And then click inside. Now point to this direction and let's give it a value of 600 and then press enter. Press enter again to end the command. But even though the line is 600 units, it's still not perfectly horizontal. To make a perfectly horizontal line, select the line tool again. By there you can turn off all of this button and turn them back on when we need them. That way we can know how they function. So for now we know about dynamic input, so we can turn it on. Select the line tool again, click once, point to a direction, turn this guy on, auto mode, click it once, point to this direction, type 600 again, press enter. The line will continue, so press enter again to end the command. Now this line is perfectly horizontal. To draw a cycle, you simply come up here, there is a cycle, click on it, click once, point a direction, and as you can see that brown dotted line, it is waiting for us to input the radius value. So I'll type 100 and then press enter. What if the cycle is not a radius? Maybe all you know is the diameter. You can click on this flyout. And as you can see from the icon, initially we use this, which is center radius. So now we will select center diameter. You can see the icon blue covers the entire diameter of the cycle. So just click it. Click once, point to a direction, and type 200 and then press enter. That's how you make a cycle. Now to make a rectangle, there it is. click it once. You just pick two diagonal points. Unlike a line that is on the same linear line or rectangle, you just click. Instead of clicking somewhere like here, you click diagonally. Click. It's just two clicks. Select the rectangle again. Click once. Go diagonally here, over here, over here, over here. It doesn't matter. And click. To do it precisely, select it. Click once. Point to the direction you want. Say like here, you always start with the horizontal distance. As you can see, the horizontal one is highlighted. It is reading 330.066. So let's give it 300, and to input the other value, you don't press enter. Instead, you press the tab key. Press the tab key and type 400 and then press enter. That's it. You get a rectangle. To draw a square, you use the same tool. Select the rectangle tool again, click once, point diagonally, and give the same value for the width and the height. So give 200, press the tab key, another 200, and then press enter. That's it, you get your square. By hand, using pen and pencil, drawing ellipse takes a lot of time, but in AutoCAD is just little as 3 clicks. There is ellipse, so click on it. First, you click for the center, just click once, and then you click for an endpoint of your major axis, click, and then point up for your minor axis, and just click. 3 clicks, just click it again. Center, major axis, minor axis. If you know your values, you can select it, click once. Maybe you want the major axis to be 160 and then press enter. Point up, you want the minor axis to be 70, press enter. Select it again, maybe come here, click once, point to this direction. Maybe I want this to be 60, press enter, and then I will point up. I want this to be 150, and then I will press enter. Now, to draw a hexagon or a pentagon or any other polygon, you use the Polygon command, which, like the cycle expanded flyout, click on the arrow beside the rectangle, you will get the Polygon command. So click it. By default, it will show you 4 or the number of sides you want. We want a pentagon, so let's put 5, press enter. Click once to specify the center. Because it is using an imaginary cycle, it will ask you, do you want the pentagon inscribed, meaning inside the cycle, inside of an imaginary cycle, or circumscribed about a cycle, meaning outside of an imaginary cycle? Choose whichever one. For now, we will stick with the inscribed, and then you just point to a direction. Maybe point up and just click. Since the pentagon is one we use last, it overpowers the rectangle, and we are seeing the Polygon command inside of the rectangle, so I don't get confused. Click the arrow beside it, the rectangle is there. Select Polygon. It is asking us for enter number of sides, so enter 8 and then press enter. Click once, this time select circumscribe about a cycle, and then give a direction. You can input the value. Maybe you want it 150 and then press enter. Now they are perfectly horizontal and okay, but how do we draw a line at an angle? Well, using my mouse wheel, I will scroll back once, and then I will press the wheel and pan to move the object. Don't worry, we are coming to navigation in the next chapter. You select line, you click once. It is only giving me horizontal distance at an interval of 90 degrees, at 0, at 90, 180, 270 and 360 or 0 degrees. So it's all because of this guy. If I turn it off, I will go freely in whatever direction I want. But to make an increment angle, click the one beside it, which is polar tracking. By the way, if you click auto mode and click on polar tracking, auto mode will be turned off. They can be turned on both at the same time. because they do the same thing almost. Now select polar tracking and click the arrow beside it and select an increment angle you want. Let's go with 30, meaning at increment of 30, 60, 90, at increment of 30 angles. Select 30. So that means at 30 degrees we'll be getting this tracking vector that will guide us, that will be guiding our line. Move here, you will see 60, 90, and so on and so on. Increment of 30 degrees. If you click and change to 45, you won't be getting the 31. You will only be getting 40, 90, and 135, and so on. You get the gist. If there is an angle you don't have here, you can create your own. We are coming to that later, but let's say you want an angle of something we don't have here, like an angle of 7. There is nothing like 7 here. So let's say you want a line of 700 and then at 7 degrees. Press the tab key, not your enter key. Press the tab key and input 7 and then press enter. Press enter again to end the command. Now this is a line at an angle of 7 degrees. So select line again, click once, point to a direction and type 200, press enter. Let's change the angle to 45. At 135 degrees, type 200, then press enter. Move to this direction and type 200 and then press enter. And at exactly 40 degrees, type 200 and then press enter. To end the command, press enter. Now this is a parallelogram. I will zoom back again, and pan by pressing the mouse wheel. Now lastly, to draw a triangle, which is very simple, you again use the polygon command. Click it once, the number of sides, just type 3 and then press enter. Specify a center, select either of the two and just point to any direction and just click. If you want it to appear right, instead of coming back and clicking, since it is the last command we've used, can press enter to repeat it. You can see 3 is highlighted, but if you want, you can still type 3 again and then press enter. Pick a point, select anyone, point downward. If you know your value, type 100 and then press enter. But this is an equilateral triangle. Let's say you want to make a right angle triangle. You use the line command. I will start at the top and then point downwards and type say 400 and then press enter. I will move to this direction and type 300 and then press enter. And then from there I will just join these two ends, but as you can see I don't know if they will meet. I will just click and then I will press enter. Now using the mouse wheel, I will come to that point and zoom. As you can see, they didn't meet. So I will select that line and erase it. I will zoom back a little. Now I will select the line again and then try to click here and then try to click here and then press enter to end the line command. Now if I try to zoom here, you can see they didn't meet. I will zoom back. If I go to the top one, still they didn't meet. So I will select the line and erase it. There is a tool that will end this problem, which is the object snap. This one. Click on it, turn it on, select the line tool again. You will see this endpoint marker and your cursor just snap to that point. Click once, come here, click again, then press enter. If I zoom, I continue zooming till tomorrow morning. They are just joined. They meet perfectly. All because of this tool, object snap. Lastly, to draw an arc in AutoCAD, you have as much as 11 methods. There is the arc command. Click on it. You just click a start point, you click on another point, and then the third point. It is called the 3-point arc. 3 point. Select it again. Click once, click twice, and pick any direction you want, and then you get your arc. Just like the polygon with the rectangle and the cycle with the rest of the methods, click on the drop down, you will see the rest of the 10. We are coming more in depth to them, but let's start with this first arc, which says start center end. You first click where you want the arc to start, and then you click where you want the arc to center, and then you pick where you want it to end. The golden rule is that arcs are drawn counterclockwise. As you can tell, clocks never go this way, they go this way. So arcs are drawn counterclockwise. Wherever I click is where it will stop. As you can see now, the start center end is the default command. If you want the 3-point back, you have to click it and press escape. Now you can see that. If you want the rectangle to appear again, select rectangle, press escape. That's it about drawing basic geometric shapes in AutoCAD. But going forward with the tutorial, we'll be having a lot of projects, so it's better we start organizing our files. And for that, open your Files Explorer and then come to Document and just right click, New Folder. Let's call it AutoCAD Beginner Course. Press enter and then open it. You can see it, and it is an empty file. So let's save our work, because now it is reading drawing 1, as you can see here on the Files tab and on the title bar as well, drawing 1. To save our drawing, like any Windows based application, there is the save button. Click on it, select Document, and then there is our AutoCAD Beginner Course. Select the folder, double click it, and then let's rename our file. We will call it Basic Drawing, and then click on Save. And now you can see all this for our file location, and the name here, Basic Drawings, appear as well. And if we go back to our beginner folder, you can see the file appears. This is the regular AutoCAD DWG file icon or thumbnail. So click on here to close it. It will appear on the Recent tab. If you are getting value from this course, all I ask is a simple like. My goal is to see this course reach 200,000 likes one day. And with that, let's enter AutoCAD 101. You are not going to be drawing anything in this chapter, because there is something even more important: a real understanding of how AutoCAD actually works. By the end of this chapter, you won't just recognize the interface, you will understand AutoCAD in a way that removes the overwhelming confusion most beginners have when they first open the software. And once you gain that clarity, everything after this becomes easier. Because in the next chapter, we move into actual drawing, where you will start creating real 2D drawings and isometric drawings. And you'll be able to effortlessly control AutoCAD properly instead of guessing your way through it. So use this chapter to get comfortable, master these core concepts, and let everything start making sense. After this, you won't look at AutoCAD with fear, but with the confidence to use it. Deja vu, right? Yeah. Now every time you open AutoCAD, you will be seeing this. It's divided into 3 parts. You have this section, which is for announcements of the recent activities with your Autodesk, and it requires internet connection. You can click on this icon to close it, you don't need it. And most of them requires internet connection. The Insight, the Learning, and the Autodesk projects. You all need to sign in to your Autodesk account. What you will normally see by default is the recent. You will see the recent files you've worked on, like our basic drawings. You can change the view to this one. I think the grid view is much more convenient. You can sort it by name or last opened. And if you don't see your file here, you can click on this open, navigate around, select your file and open it. What we want to do now is to truly understand AutoCAD, and to do that I will show you all the ways to start your drawing. To start any drawing, you must use a template file. Even our basic drawing, we use a template file. I'm guessing if it is your first time opening your AutoCAD, when you click the new as I suggested, when creating this drawing, you will see something like this. This is a dialog box. It reads select template. I just click on this drop down beside the new and click browse template, and I get this. I close it. If I come up here, click the new, I will still get select template dialog box. Close it. If I click on this hamburger icon, there is new. If I click, I will still get it. Close that. If I right click anywhere on this file tab, I will get new. You get the point. Now normally you only select one of the two, either AutoCAD ISO or AutoCAD. AutoCAD is the default template made for users of Imperial measuring system. If you use metric, you should be using AutoCAD ISO. A lot of people have mistaken AutoCAD ISO, and without changing unit, they've been working in inches and feet all along. So if you're working in feet and inches, select AutoCAD. I will be working in millimeters, so I will select this one. But don't worry, throughout the whole course, I will be guiding you with all the values and everything down here. So select your template and then click on open. Yeah, we've been here before. Now what you should know is there are two spaces in AutoCAD. We have the model space, which is this one where we are, and then a paper space, which is down here. Click on this layout one. This is a paper space, and then this is a model space. If I zoom back using the wheel on my mouse, I can zoom literally to no limits. But for paper space, when I zoom just a paper, I won't be saying it, so I won't zoom too far. The point is, model space is infinitely large, but paper space is finite and limited to a size of a sheet size of your paper. There is only one model space in a drawing. You can never have two, but in a paper space you can have layouts, meaning sheets. This is layout 1, this is layout 2. Click this plus icon, you get layout 3. Click again layout 4, you get digits. You can have hundreds of sheets. There is no limit to that. We are coming to layout later, because at the moment we don't have anything to lay out. So we'll come back to the model space. The most predominant space in all of AutoCAD is the drawing window, which is this area. This whole area is where you draw all your designs. And living right below is a floating window, which is ultimately the heart of AutoCAD. If you want to spend any good time while drafting in AutoCAD, you must understand how to work with this floating palette. It's been around since the first release of AutoCAD version 1, which is in 1982, over 40 years ago, and it's still the primary way you communicate with AutoCAD, and it forever will be. And don't worry, you will fully understand how to work with it. At the top is the second largest, most predominant feature in AutoCAD, which is called the ribbon. It follows the trend in software user interface design, such as that used by Microsoft Office, where commands are grouped together by a common theme. It was introduced in 2009 and it's really not going anywhere. Don't be intimidated by the tools, as we've used these ones, and to appreciate this, come here and click on this workspace switching. If you don't see it, click this customization and make sure workspace switching is checked. click it and click 3D modeling. By the way, if you're using AutoCAD LT, which is the light version of AutoCAD, you won't be having this feature. I will close this palette. See these tools, they are used to visualize 3D concepts and designs. They don't look friendly at all, but they are still simpler than those lines. Sadly, we won't be touching on this, maybe a little later. I'll click on this and go back to our very own drafting and annotation workspace. A workspace is just the environment you are working on. So as you can tell, with the lines and cycles and everything here, you can tell we are in a 2D environment rather than 3D. So down at the bottom right here is our status bar, and primarily what they do is they aid our precision. Now, depending on your resolution, if I come here and click, you might be getting something like this. It's because your resolution won't fit the screen, so AutoCAD shrinks them down. Keep clicking and cycle through the different modes of your ribbon. Click again, they will all disappear. Click again, they will all come back. Mostly if your resolution isn't high, maybe the view and the clipboard and utilities panel, you will see them, they will shrink down to just panel buttons. So these are all tabs, and we will spend 70% of our time here, maybe 20% here, maybe 5% here, 2% here, 1% here, and maybe rest of the percent here. The rest, we absolutely don't care. Come back to the home tab. Before we start going in depth, let's save our drawing. Click on save. By default, it will take you to our folder, AutoCAD beginner course, with our basic drawing. Let's give the file name, of course, AutoCAD 101, and then save. Now we've talked about the model space and the paper space. Now let's look at the drawing area and the elements inside it. Now this whole place is the drawing area or graphical user interface. It is where you draw all your designs, all your geometries, and it is considered an infinite space. It's the most precise environment on the planet, and I will show you why. We are not yet into lines, but to demonstrate how precise this environment really is, I haven't tried this, but select line. I will click once, I will point to this direction, and I will type 1, and then 3 zeros, 1,000, another 3 zeros, 1,000,000, another 3 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 1 billion units, and then I will press enter. I will press enter again to end that command. When I zoom back, or easily, I will just double click on my mouse wheel to zoom extend. Or we are coming to this very soon, I can come to this navigation bar, click here and zoom extend. Then I will zoom back with my mouse wheel 1 notch, and then I can see the whole line. I will click this major and select distance, click here, and then click here. You can see the units, 1 billion. I don't know if you can draw anything in your project up to 1 billion units. Remember, this 1 billion could be meters, could be kilometers. We haven't specified yet. So it's that precise of an environment. Not just that. I will select the line again. Let's go smaller. Again, I haven't tried this, but I just know AutoCAD is the most precise environment. I will click here once, point to a direction, and then I will type 0. Let's go smaller. 0.000, again like 1,000, and then I'll add 3 more zeros to make it 1 billion. 1, 2, 3, and then 1. And then I will press enter. I will press enter again to finish that. I will take my cursor there and zoom, or there is always a shortcut. Immediately after this, we are looking at the command line. So let's get ahead of ourselves a little. I will just type Z and then enter. I will select object, and then I will highlight that, and then I'll press enter. Still didn't zoom. We just keep zooming until I see you. It's just a point, and I could still see it. The point is, I could still see it. If I hover over it, it's clearly telling me it's a line. And what do you expect for a 0 point? For that tiny of a line? It's just impressive how we could even see it. It's considered a line, not a point. I'll just select that, come over here and erase it. Again, I will come here to zoom extend, or a shortcut. I will double click on my mouse wheel to zoom extend to this 1 billion line. I will select it, and then I will erase that. At least now you get a sense of the drawing area. Normally for designs, you are likely to be in the range of using units of, let's say 0.1 to roughly 100,000. We almost never use up to 1 million. So that's about the graphical user interface or the drawing area, or our infinite paper, which is where we actually draw. Now coming to the command line, some call it command line, some call it command area, some call it command prompt, some call it command window. Whichever name you choose to call it, it is where you primarily communicate with AutoCAD. To get the feel of that, try to type, instead of clicking the line command here, try to type it. Line. The dynamic input is getting in the way, so we'll turn it off for now. We are coming to dynamic input. There is dynamic input. Simply turn it off. Make sure it highlights gray, and then type line again. I will type line. You don't have to come and click here before you start typing. By typing line, I can see the line command here. You can see the icon just as here. You then select your command. Now just doing that, a lot has happened. I will press the escape key to terminate that command. You don't always have to type the full name of a command. There is something we call command alias, which are just 1, 2 or 3 letter abbreviation of a command name. As you become more proficient with AutoCAD, you may find this alias helpful, and at all, if you want to be comfortable, you should consider understanding them. Now for line, its alias is just L. All you have to do is just type L, and then you just press enter, and you get the line command. Now here is how you use the command line. The first is the command name, which is line, and then it says specify first point. I will click once, and then it says specify next point, or in bracket undo. Now I will specify another point. I will click here. It still says specify next point. It's like a loop. I will click somewhere, and then one more option appears, which is close. Specify next point, or I will click again, click. Those are the only options for line. Let's understand them. To finish the line command, I will just press enter. That's how you finish all commands in AutoCAD. I just press enter on my keyboard. L for line again, press enter. There is line command. First point, second point. What does this undo mean? It will just undo the last command within the line command. All you have to do is just come here and click on it, and then it will undo that line. I will click here, and then I will click here. Let's say I made a mistake, I want to undo this part. All I have to do is just click on the undo here, and then it will undo that. Maybe I don't even need this anymore. Undo, I will undo that again. Now I think we understand that. Now I will click here, and then I will click here. The close option means it will automatically close from the point you are to the first point you've started with. All you have to do is just click on the close here, and then it will close from the last to the first. L for line again, press enter. First point, second point. The reason it doesn't show the close until you have a third line is because, think about it, you can't close a linear line. It has to consist at least 3 lines. That is why immediately when you make the third click, you will get the close, or anything more than that. From here. Now if I select close, it will give me something like this. So close, immediately from that point to this point, it will get close. Now here is the last thing you should know. L again for line, press enter. first point, second point, third point. Notice the options. The first letter got highlighted blue. You don't have to come down here and always click. All you have to do is just type the alias, the highlighted blue letter. C for close, I will just type C. You can see the C appear there, and then I'll press enter. L for line again, press enter. Click once, click twice, click somewhere, click somewhere. I want to undo. Easy. U, enter. To undo that, U again, enter. U again, enter. It's as easy as that. I'll press the escape key. Now, not all commands have single alias like the line L for line. Now, I will still have to come to this, but I will just click here once. I'm not dragging, and then I will come here and I will click again to select everything. And then I will click the erase to erase them. We no longer need them. Now the command line does a lot. If I come here and click on this arrow, I will get the command history. I've selected lines and erased them. You can see it is 18 found. You can scroll up to see all the commands you've done. I type line, which is the line command, and space by next point, and then I type U. Remember, U again, I type U again, and then I continue specifying, and then I cancel or press enter. Then I specify a window and make a selection, and then I erase them. So if you want to know what a person is up to, you can check the command history and know instantly what they are up to. I will click here to close that. Like I've said, not all commands have single alias. If I type L and I will get these suggestions, and a list of a lot of more commands, which is all possible because of this customization. If I click here and then input settings, I get all these options. Normally you don't want to change anything, but it just autocomplete and autocorrect you even when you don't know the command, or start to type some word similar to the command you intend to use. Underneath that, we have the lines of command, which is lines of command. If I click that, this is a system variable, enter new value for clip prompt lines. Yeah, when you see this alligator sign with a number right inside it, it means that number is the default. If you want to change that, all you have to do is just type a new number, or you will just press enter to accept the default value. Don't worry, you will get to the concept. You will get used to this concept in this course. I will just press enter to accept that. This is the 3-line command history I'm talking about. It will show you and then it will fade away. That's the line of prompt history. Input search, it will just take you to a dialog box like this. We're not going to waste time as you hardly change anything here, and you can read them out. You can experiment with them. I'll just click on OK. But normally you don't want to change the delay time. When you are typing, you don't want AutoCAD to turn up to a second to show you suggestion. So I suggest you just leave everything like this. I'll just click on OK. And for the transparency of the command line, you can simply click on transparency and change it how it fits in the drawing area. Normally you don't do anything with this. I'll click on OK. And lastly, options. I will click on options, and then you will get the option dialog box. This is where you change the settings of AutoCAD. We are coming to that shortly. You see the dialog box says options. Cancel that. If you click on this big A, there is options. You still get the dialog box. We are coming to that. We are done with this, and if you want, you can hover at the top of it and be seeing your command history. Either two will do that. So I'll bring it down and close it. You can move it, of course, but normally it's better this way, or you can do it the old-fashioned way where it fills the entire area. No, I will just drag it back here. I don't know why you will ever do that. Maybe by mistake, of course. If you ever close it, first it will even warn you, of course. If you didn't read and just press enter and I closed it, all you have to do is just press Ctrl 9 and then it will come back. Or come to the view tab. There it is, command line. Click, it will warn you again. Click, it will come back. Go back to the home tab. That's it about the command line. We will learn more about it with the following tools in the course, but at least I hope you are a little familiar with it now. Now at the top right of the drawing area, you have two items, which are the view cube and the navigation bar. They are mostly used in 3D, so we aren't going to waste much time on them. The view cube, you use it to view your geometric in a predefined views. Now you can tell we are at the top view with our cardinal points normally as we know them, not at the top and rest exactly where they are. You can orbit. Let me make a quick line first. Right click and then I'll press enter or press the enter on my keyboard. Both of them give the same effect. Now when I hover over the view cube, you will see these arrows. If I click, now the node is tilted. So is my drawing, and so is this guy. I will click to keep rotating, click to keep rotating, and back to normal. There are sometimes when you will need that when you are drafting. Let's say you are projecting elevation views from a floor plan. Maybe you might be doing that. And then if you're working in 3D, when you click at the edges of the view cube, I will click here, you will get an isometric view. It is everything in 3D modeling, but not so much in 2D. So that's about enough time I can give for view cube. I will click back on the top view to return to our normal view. Make sure it is back like this, and then the navigation bar. You have the full navigation wheel, the pan, the zooms, some orbiting and some show motion. This wheel, if you click on it, you will get this wheel. It's still used in 3D. What you can use in 2D is only these two, the zoom and the pan. You just click on the zoom and then it lets you zoom in and out dynamically. And then for the pan, you just click it and then pan around. Could be useful if you are not using an external mouse. I'm using external mouse and I hope you are, because if you want to be more productive, you should consider using an external mouse. I'll click on here to close that, and then this is pan. All you have to do is just click it and then pan around. Not really useful if you have an external mouse. I'll press the escape key to end the pan command. Escape. If I have with my mouse wheel, instead of coming here and clicking, all I have to do is just press the wheel and I can pan. Now the zoom is very important, because like this, obviously I will have to pan and then I'll have to zoom if I want to edit somewhere. So zooming and panning are really important. That is why we have this many kinds of zoom in AutoCAD. I'm not going to bore you with all of them. All you need to know is the zoom extend and then zoom all and then the zoom window. These three. I will click away. The zoom extend, it just zooms to the extent of your drawing. I will come here with my mouse wheel and zoom inside. Now if I get lost or I want to get back quickly, I will have to use the zoom extend, which you can do by clicking here, click on zoom extend, and it will extend me back to the extent of my drawing. Let's say I have another line here, and then enter, and then I zoomed in. Extend is now the default. I can just click here without clicking the arrow and clicking it. So I'll just click here, and then this is now my new extend, because I have another geometry, same as if I draw another one here. It will extend wider. Zoom all does similar, which is when you have limits. We'll talk about limit very soon. Then you will understand zoom all, because now if I use zoom all, I'll click the down arrow, then click zoom all. You hardly understand the difference between zoom all and zoom extend. So that's why I say I will show you when we come to limits. Now you can tell zoom all is now the default because it is the last one we've used. Now zoom window, which is very cool. If I select it, zoom, space 5 first corner here, space 5 opposite corner here. I'll click to zoom me to that window. That's it about the zoom. Orbiting, absolutely 3D specific tool, we don't care. I tilt a little with the orbit, that's why I'm getting this. And to get back exactly where I was, I'll press the escape key. And then this one, show motion. Typically when you want to create a display of your design for presentation or some animation, again really use in 3D. That's it about these two elements. And these two are regular windows button for maximizing, minimizing and closing your project. If I click here, it will warn us because we will be closing our project. So I will just click on cancel to cancel that. You hardly use the buttons, but if you mistakenly maximize or minimize, all you have to do is just maximize and then come back. Now these two guys, again, we are not going to spend too much time. These ones are the visual style controls. Visual styles strictly used in 3D. If you click, they just help you view your model, because sometimes some lines get in the way, so you want to visualize them as best when you are editing. In this environment, 2D wireframe absolutely okay and is more than enough. So I'll click away. Beside that is some predefined views, mostly which you can find here. If you click, you have the top, the bottom, the regular 2D views, which is either a top or bottom view or elevation view, which is the left, right, back and whatever. And then some isometric views, which are at this edge between southwest. You have WS isometric. Again, you get the point. Northeast isometric. And then there is view manager, where you can save some views in your drawing, which is really handy sometimes. You saw the isometrics, but I haven't shown you the left and right. So if you want to see them, when you hover, you get these 4 arrows. All you have to do is just click them, and there is the front view. I didn't show you because, well, we are doing 2D and the top view is more than enough for us. Next, the viewport controls. If you click on this arrow, you can turn off the view cube and the navigation bar. I'll bring it back. Click it again. This is a viewport, meaning it's a window we are drawing in. We are coming to viewports much later. If I click on the viewport, it is now a single. You can use anyone here, or use maybe 3 vertical. It just give you a different view of your geometry within the drawing area. Now if I make a line, if I make some lines, they will appear all here. Maybe the drawing is so big and you have to zoom in too close to work on something here, and then you want to be seeing the bigger picture. Maybe you'll be seeing it up here, and for this one you want to be working here. You can make the changes, enter, while they appear here. If I select it, you can see it highlighted. It's just not big, that's why you're not seeing it. Just as when I select the line and click here, you can see it appears. If I select, you can see it highlighted. You press the escape key and you can reduce that. Maybe you want to focus more on this one, you can do that. When you are done, you want to get back to the view, click here, maximize viewport, and then you will maximize this one. Up at the top, you have the drawing tabs area. By default, you are open to the start tab, which is here. Now we have a drawing, which is AutoCAD 101. Click here, you close it, of course, and this asterisk means we didn't save our drawing. Now if I come here and click on save or regular, Ctrl S on my keyboard, both are okay. When you click on this one, you can see it's gone. The drawing is saved, it's updated. Everything in AutoCAD is command, and I mean everything, even a zoom in AutoCAD is command, as we've just touched on here. Moving is okay, but watch this. If I scroll a notch on my wheel like this, back a little, you can see an asterisk appear, meaning I've done one command. If I Ctrl S and save again, I zoom in 1 notch on my mouse, you get the asterisk. So zoom is considered a command, and whenever you see this, it means you didn't save. So we'll just save. You can have multiple projects, multiple drawings open, especially if you want to exchange some parts between them. Like if I come to the start tab and go back to our first project, first file, basic drawings, I will double click that. You can see it appears here. I will click here. You can switch between multiple drawings and Still, we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but that's okay. I will select this, Control C on my keyboard, or come here, there is copy. I'll just click on copy clip, and then come back here, model space of our 101 drawing, and then Control V, and then you can copy this from another drawing. Let's just click here to close it. Do you want to save anything? Just select no. And now we get this. No longer need it. I will select it and erase it. Now we talk on model space on drawing area, and I haven't talked about this. It's because I want to save the best for last. We are coming to the status bar much later on. I will just talk about one thing only, which is a younger brother to the command line. We've turned it off before. There it is, dynamic input. Turn it back on. It displays three things near your cursor. These are the pointer input, dimension input, and dynamic prompts. Don't worry if you understand any of that. Just like when you type L on the command line, just type L anywhere, and beside the cursor you will get this, which is all possible because of the dynamic input. If I press the escape key and turn off the dynamic input and type L and I to get these suggestions, then I will be getting it from the command line. But with the dynamic input on, it overtakes the command line. L4 line, you will get this, and you can see the line sticker is highlighted. If I press the down arrow, I can go down to the command I want, and without much trouble I can just press enter to accept that command, and then I'll carry on with the command. They are doing the same thing, but as you can tell, the command line says spacebar first point, so is the dynamic input spacebar first point, and it's giving you coordinates. If I click on the first point, the dynamic input gives you, like I've said, dimension inputs. Now it highlighted the length for me, like we've drawn before, 200. And then if you want to input the other value, which is the angle, I'll press the tab key and input the angle of my choosing. Let's say 12 degrees, and then enter to finish. They do the same thing, and dynamic input offers some things that the command line doesn't. But if all fails with the dynamic input, always remember and just put your eyes down to the command prompt. It's just really sad that AutoCAD was released in 1982 and the dynamic input was introduced in 2006. I feel really bad for the people that use AutoCAD prior to 2006. Now I'll zoom back, click once, come here, click once, delete distance. Above the drawing tab, we have a ribbon. It is the entire of this thing, which contains all your daily commands. Every command you need, you can find it on the ribbon. It is categorized into multiple tabs. Like here we are on the home tab. If I click on the insert tab, we get different panels. These are the panels, which are categorized by tools that share a common theme or purpose. The rest of the tabs and a lot more panels and tools. These are not the only tabs. There are more tabs which are contextual tabs. I will show them to you in a minute. You can use this guy to cycle through different states of the ribbon. Now let's take a closer look at one panel, and that will be it because they are all similar. The draw panel, you have tools like the line and polyline, which are standalone tools. You just click them and then start using them. Like for the line, I just click it and I can start using it. Once I'm done, I'll just press enter. But for things like the cycle and the arcs and these guys and these guys, these ones as well, even these ones, they have something called flyout, which means there are more tools underneath that specific tool you are using, or different ways of using that same tool. Like for the line, if you click the down arrow, you will get more lists of how to make a cycle. For the arc, you get about 11 methods of drawing an arc. For this guy, you get the trim and extend, which we are coming to very soon. Those are called flyouts. Coming back to the draw panel, beside the draw there is an arrow, which if you notice almost all of them have, except the clipboard panel. There are more additional tools. It is called the slide out. Click on it, you will get more tools. Click on it, you get more tools. If you want to use them, you just click on them and start using them. Let's say I want to use the point command, multiple points. I'll just click it and click somewhere, but it is gone. I will press enter to finish that command, or press the escape key to terminate the command. Now I'll click here. To solve the problem of it going away, all you have to do is just click on this push pin icon. Click, and then now if you come inside, it won't be going back, it will be docked. Click here to open it. Now the next thing is, I'll come to the annotate tab for that. When you see this arrowhead, like in this case almost all of them have the arrowhead, it is called a dialog box launcher. It allows you to set a setting for that panel. Like for this one text, if I click the dialog box launcher, we'll be getting something like this. A text style dialog box, which is basically settings of creating a new text style. I will close it, we are coming to that. Same with the dimension and all of them. Some might display a palette and some might display a dialog box. Just a quick introduction. If I click, this thing is called a dialog box, and that arrow is called the dialog box launcher. I'll come back to the home tab. I will click on the layer property. This is how you set a setting for a layer, which is not with a dialog box but with a palette. You only set settings with either a palette or a dialog box. Going forward, you will understand why some tools use palette and some tools use dialog box. I will click here to close it. One thing about panels, let's say I'm drawing area, but I hate going to the annotate tab and selecting text or dimensioning, and there are some tools I can find here that I can't find anywhere. So all I have to do is just click on the panel name, drag it inside the drawing area. I'll go back to the home tab. I will continue drafting while I have the command tools right here for dimensioning. You can drag the line as well, the panel if you want, this one, the properties if you want. You can easily do that. Right now they are in the middle and taking a lot of space. You can drag them by clicking on here, move them to the side. If you want to return them, don't worry, you can easily do that with just a click. Hover over to the left, you will get this with two options. The first one is table orientation, which normally doesn't do much, as you can tell. To return them, you use the upper one, which says return panels to ribbon. Just click it, it will go back there to the annotate tab. There it is, dimension, it is back to its place. So is the draw panel, and so is the properties panel. Now what you also will find in all the tools in AutoCAD ribbon is a tooltip. When you hover over the line, you don't click, you wait, you will get this tooltip, which is a description of the tool, AutoCAD telling you how to use it. Here is what happens. When you hover over any tool for 1 second, you will get one line, like in this case. But when you exceed more than 1 second, AutoCAD will show you more description of the tool and sometimes a diagram of how to use it. 1 second, 2 seconds. You can go ahead and read it, but from the diagram you can tell the points they picked. So select the tool, click, 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 press enter. Now what you normally see on a tooltip is a clear description of what that tool does, and towards the end you will see a tooltip of the command, which in this case says line, and you get a context sensitive help button which says press F1 for more help. We are coming to that immediately after this. Really help if you want a quick tutorial of knowing what a tool does. That's tooltip for you. If you want to turn it off when you become pro, maybe I'll show you in a minute as well. Now, two more things remaining for the ribbon, which, like I've said before, these are not the only tabs. Even though we are not going to use much of them, here is what I mean. I will come back to the home tab. I will click the down arrow of the text and select multiline. Just click two diagonal points and I will type something like this, and then I will click away. I will zoom to that. I will double click it, and there is a contextual ribbon tab. Before we didn't have it, and they are normally highlighted blue. This is just a contextual tab that allows you to edit a particular command. Not all commands have them, but just be aware some do have them. So I will click away and it will be gone. The last thing is, I don't even know how, but when you lose the ribbon or close it by mistake, of course, you don't have to come to the command line, just type ribbon. And with the autocomplete feature of AutoCAD, you don't always have to type the full command. Even when I stay at RI, I can see what I want, so there is no reason for me to continue writing the ribbon, as AutoCAD will guess that and suggest it for me. Now for the ribbon, I'll come to the ribbon close. I'll press enter. The ribbon is gone. In a few cases, you might come across that. It's simple. Type ribbon again or RI and then come down or point to ribbon and then press enter. It will come back. That's it about ribbon. There are more to it, but these are the essential ones. We'll look at some of them later when we are actually drawing something. I will zoom back, click once, click, and then delete all of this. Now at the top of the ribbon, there are only 3 elements. At the middle, we have the title bar heading, which says the year of my application. It is AutoCAD 2024, and the file name, which you can see at the title bar up here, and drawing tab, drawing 1, .dwg. DWG, the extension of AutoCAD files. Now at the top right, you get the Inforcenter, which basically is a central point for getting information, troubleshooting, and learning more about any command while you work. All you have to do is come here, type a phrase or some keyword of what you want, and then it will take you to the help and find solutions for you. You sign your account here and all the rest. What I do like to talk about is, if like me you like working offline, you can click on this arrow and download an offline help, which comes in really handy. You just click here and it will take you to a web browser and you download and install it. Here is what it does. Since I have it, if I click on help, it will take me to the offline help. So I'll just click on help. This is it. What it does, like I said before, it's context sensitive. When you are in a command or you point to something, it sends that. If I point to line and then press F1, it sends that and it will give me a description and explanation of the prompts of the tool. Specify first point if you remember, then it says next point, the close option, you get the gist. Let me maximize this. And then it even show you related tags to the command. Like this, if I click it, it will show you all of this and you can go ahead and read them. This is hard coming from me, but there is no instructor that knows AutoCAD better than AutoCAD help. You want to know about something, come here and search it. But sometimes it's not straightforward, and to some people they prefer reading articles, textbooks, or watching a video tutorial like this one. I will share some things with this later on, but this is offline help. I will close it now. That's it about the Inforcenter. At the top right, we got the quick access toolbar. This guys where you find your regular commands, which are opening a file or saving it, undo and redo, and then you got the plot option if you want to print or plot a drawing, and beside that is just a way to save your drawing and build it on web or mobile. These two tools that I want to talk on a little before we get to the big one, which is AutoCAD application menu. This big A is this arrow. If you click it, you get all of this, which means whatever is tick, it will appear here. Like for the plot, if you uncheck that, it will be gone. Bring it back. You can check all the rest if you want them, but I want to show you is the menu bar. This one, you might see some people, some old people using it. Click show menu bar. Beside the ribbon tabs, we get this menus that contains tools. Like for the ribbon, here is everything about the draw, which are a lot of tools, of course. If you come to the draw on the menu bar, you get all of this and even more. Some softwares use menu bar and some toolbars around here. AutoCAD used to do that as well before, but now primarily it uses the ribbon and the very old command line down here. Just so you know, there is a menu bar. You can decide to use it, but we are not doing that in this course. In case you see some people using it, that is where you turn it on. I will click and hide menu bar. I will unpin the draw slide out. Now the big A, which is the application menu, it contains, if you click it or the arrow beside it, you get the same result. It contains files related commands. That's just it. You only create a new file, open a file, save a file, export, import a file, print a file, close a file, etc. Like in the case of publish or print, you just hover over the tool and you get more options on the right. If you want to go down the list, you don't scroll. Even if you scroll, it won't work. What you do instead is you come to this arrow and just stay on it and it will scroll for you. Want to scroll up, just come to the arrow, it will scroll up for you. And then select the tool you want to use. Some have options, some don't. Only Save don't have options. There are two things here, which is recent document and open document. The recent document, we can find them here or at the start tab. Our recent document here. Come back to drawing, and then the open document, we can find them here or on our drawing tab here, which we have only one drawing open. If you were to open our basic drawing, double click and click the open, we have two drawings open and we can change it to larger, let's say large icons, no? Large images, yeah. We get something like this, which you can't see on here. You only see the recent file. If you want to see the open files beside here and here, then it's only one place, which is this guy, which is a new feature, I think, starting from this version 2024. 2023 downwards, you won't be getting this. If you click it, you can see the open documents here. You can create new, save all, or close all files. I'll close this basic drawing. And then at the top, you can search for anything, much like here. Maybe more on it later. If you come down here, you can close AutoCAD from here. But beside it is the option which contains all the settings of AutoCAD. I just click on option and then you will get this dialog box where you customize the AutoCAD interface or its other functionalities using different tabs. Well, I might change something later, but for now we'll close it. All we've done this while before we come to the status bar, we've been using this guy, which is called a cursor, but in AutoCAD it's called a crosshair. Consists of two things, the cursor line, and at the middle is square, which is called pick box. And this is the standard cursor or the standard crosshair. If you see it like this, it means you don't have any command and AutoCAD is just waiting for you. Like in this case, if you look at the command line, it says type a command. Okay, type a command or pick a command, same thing. Select line and the cursor becomes like this. You just get the cursor without the intersection. This is a point selection cursor. It just wants you to pick a point. You continue clicking, that cursor remains like that. I will press enter, and then you get back to the standard crosshair and AutoCAD waiting for you to type a command. Now we are coming to this. If you select any tool here, let's say something like copy or move, let's go with move. The cursor now changes to just the pick box, which of course make a lot of sense because you can't use point selection cursor to select something easily. In the pick box, you can just individually select things, or use the window selections to select multiple at the same time. Once you are done, you just press enter, but in this case, the cursor is our concern. I will just press the escape key. And a third thing is sometimes you see an icon beside the cursor, like for erase. When I hover over a line, I will get that badge. Some tools have it, some don't, but in case, you will be seeing this. I will be erasing like this, press the escape key. I will select everything, hit delete on my keyboard. Now that's it about everything except the best one, the status bar. AutoCAD is a program for making precise 2D drawings because they are used to build real things. Their accuracy lets you query project details like sizes, areas, and quantities. Lack of precision in your drawing makes later editing, hatching, and dimensioning tasks much more difficult and time-consuming. Believe it or not, when you hear precision, we are talking about the tools down here. And to me personally, I will give 75% of the whole credit to these tools, which are Object Snap or Snap for short, and Object Snap Tracking or Snap Tracking. We will talk more in depth about them later as they rely on existing objects. Meaning, if I make a line, I want to start at the end or at the middle of this line. Once I come to the end, I will snap to the end of it. Click somewhere, I want this line at the middle. There is the midpoint. I will just click. It's all possible because of OSnap. Without it, I will select these two lines and erase. I will select line. If I were to turn off the OSnap, I won't be getting that. I won't be getting any midpoint. I will just click where I think is middle and then press enter. You know it, if I zoom, this is nothing precise. Here as well, I will select them and erase that. Precision means you want your line at an angle. That angle could be at any angle, at any defined angle, or you just want it with ortho mode, a straight angle. You want a line to be 2000 and then press enter, and then you want another object or another room to start from that endpoint, and for that you have to use an OSnap. Snap to the end and continue drafting, and then maybe you want another line to start from the middle, and you continue doing that. And beside this one, you get the OSnap tracking. In manual drafting, if I make a line of say 1000, press enter again, and then this is a line of 1000, and then if I want to draw another vertical, if I want to draw a vertical line from this point 200 units to the right, we normally put a ruler and then mark a point. But a common mistake beginners will make in AutoCAD is use a line, click here once, point to this direction, and type 200 and then press enter, and then they will come down and then continue drafting. But what this does is it leaves you with a line here, which is highly unnecessary. I will select that and erase it. Select and erase that. Even though you can use a command to kill or merge that duplication of a line, but typically you should avoid doing that. Now that's where the OSnap tracking kicks in. This guy, turn it on, select line. What it does is it allows you to track. You just hover over an endpoint for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then you point to a direction and you get this tooltip. All you have to do is just type the 200, press enter, and then you point downward and you continue drafting. You don't have any extra lines. That's precision. We'll touch more on them in the next session. All the tools here, they are the drafting tools to draft precisely, and you customize them by clicking on this customization 3 horizontal lines. You get all this. They may seem like a lot, and there is still more context sensitive which will come along as you work. You don't have to know or use all of them. Let's just talk about the first one, coordinates. There is a reason it is the first one on that list. Make sure coordinates is checked. That last guy, that's the coordinate. I will click away. Now what it does is it tells you the position of your coordinate, where your cursor is basically. I will zoom in very close, and you can tell my cursor is near the origin. If I come here, I expect it to be negative. It just gives you a sense of your coordinate. If you are working with that, you normally don't care unless your profession is something like survey or something that you are deadly precise with coordinates. That is when you even care about them. When you right click at that, you get all these options, which some of them come up when you are using a command. I will select line. I will click, turn off the auto mode. If I come down here and right click, there you see relative highlighted. If you select it, it tells you the same thing as the dynamic input. Like in this case, the line is 68 units and at an angle of 11. That is exactly what the coordinate is telling you. Really handy if you are working with, say, a relative polar coordinate when you don't even use the dynamic input. You can read it from the coordinates. I wouldn't go too deep into that because most people are not using it. So don't forget to right click and take it back to absolute. Now when you get comfortable at all working with AutoCAD, you might want to change some things. And somewhere when I saw anyone using AutoCAD, and if I want to know if the person is a pro or a beginner, I just take one look at the person's user interface and I can immediately tell. What do I look at, you ask? Perfect question. I just look at, does the person change the crosshair and the pick box size? This one. And the theme color, the interface color, is it white or any other color? That two things tells me how good the person is to one look. Because normally crosshair is very tiny, and if you want to select something, it becomes really hard. To customize things in AutoCAD, if you want to customize the status bar, if a tool is missing, all you have to do is just click here and make sure it is checked. If a ribbon panel or tab is missing, all you have to do is just right click anywhere, show tabs. These are all the tabs that are checked. If I check 3D, 3D will not be visible. You get more tools. We know we don't need it. Right click, show tabs, uncheck 3D. If you want panels, if a panel is missing, let's say the draw panel is no longer there, you can't find it anywhere, right click, panels, draw is back. Right click, show panel titles. Of course we want it checked. Customizing status bar and the ribbon. If anything is missing here, of course you can use this arrow and make sure it is checked. If you want to take a tool that you frequently use to do quick access, like the name, you want to always be accessing it, you use it frequently, right click the tool, add to quick access toolbar. There is the line command. I no longer need user. I will right click the tool, remove from quick access toolbar. If you want to change the interface, it's the application menu, options. Let's say we want to change the theme from dark. Make sure you come to the display tab, select the color theme from dark to light. We'll apply that and OK that. Now the ribbon, the status bar, and the palettes are all white. You might be asking, why isn't the drawing area white as well? Well, you can repeat a last command by pressing enter or by right clicking, and there is repeat option, or resend. There is the option command. If I click it, I come back here, or I can come all the way to options again, whichever one you choose. Now to change the drawing area, all you have to do is to come to these colors on the display tab, color, make sure you're on 2D space, uniform background. Click the color drop down and select white. You can see it there. Apply and close. OK that. You might see some people using this. If the grid gets in the way, you can turn it off. How cool is this? It gives you this white background, which a lot of people use, and you can't argue. At the end of the day, you print your drawings on a white sheet of paper, and some colors that appear good on black might not appear as great on white. Example, I'll come back to the display and select the element and click restore current element to take it back to that color, and then I'll OK that. Now you can leave it like this if you want. If you want to take it back, repeat option, or by default option, you can find option always on your right click menu. Just right click anywhere, there is options. Take it back to the dark. I will apply that. Now to change the size of the crosshair, there it is, crosshair size. It is now at 16. If we take it to say 50, apply, I will OK that, it becomes this big. But you might notice the crosshair is now black. Let's take it back to white by right clicking, option, color, crosshair, restore current element, apply, and OK that. Now you can see the crosshair is very big. Initially in AutoCAD, the crosshair fills up all the space. Even the in-canvas controls are black. Let's just go to the option, colors, restore all, restore, apply and close. OK that, everything will get back to normal. You can use it to visually align objects to know if they are aligned. It's just really handy. I will show you why you might consider changing the size later on when we are editing. But there is something called system variable, which, if you think about it, it's not really that much convenient to be going back and forth to the option to change some tiny things. Like if I right click, option, the crosshair size. If I stay on that, it shows me a tooltip. It describes what the value is, and also a system variable in caps which says cursor size. Let's see what that is. I will OK that. I'll just type, I will turn on, I'll press escape, turn on the dynamic input. I like using it, and type cursor. Before I finish that, I already see it, cursor size, which you see this symbol which represent system variables. I'll just select that, and you can see at the tooltip I get the current value is 50. Down here, enter a new value or the default 50. If I take that back to 16 as it was before, press enter, it's now 16 and the cursor size reduced. Right click, option, display, it is 16 here. So system variables, there is no way this will be an in-depth tutorial and I don't talk about system variables. Really handy tools. We will talk more about them as we go along. But if you want to change the pick box, you can just type pick box. I see you, I won't continue typing. Pick box it is currently at 7. The default is 5. I just enlarged mine to 7. If I take it to say 20, maybe 15, enter, you can see it got bigger. To repeat the command, I will just press enter and keep changing the values to whatever I want. Let's go even 90. 90 is too. That's, yeah, as you can see from the dynamic input tooltip, it requires an integer between 0 and 50. So let's go 50. Enter. It will be this big, which is very, very, very a lot. I will press enter, take it back to 7. You can change settings here using system variables or go to the option and change them. Like if I go back to the options again, if we come to the tooltip, show tooltips, you got all that description. What we are worried about is the tooltip system variable. Well, I will uncheck that and then click on OK. Now, in case we didn't remember tooltip, when we hover over a tool, we will get a description. But we still hover for more than 3 seconds, nothing, and we can continue here till infinity and nothing will happen because we turn it off. To turn it back on, we can either go back there or just type the system variable tool tip. There it is, tooltips, enter. This is your regular system variable. Normally it is a value. 0 mostly means off and 1 means on, and sometimes we get more options. Now the current value is 0 as we can see in the alligator bracket, so I will type 1, enter. And now if we go to the line, we will get the tooltip back. Right click, options, it is checked now. You can adjust the time and everything. It's just self-explanatory, everything on the option dialog box. You can experiment. I truly hope you understand it, but where do I know 1 turn it on and 0 turn it off? I'm glad you asked. It's from the help. Go to the help, you search tooltip, enter. My issue with it, especially offline, is it is really sensitive. It wants you to put the exact name. Right now, it's just the S I omitted. If I put S and enter, I get entirely different result, which is what I want. Tooltips, system variable. There it is. All you have to do is just type the command, and 0 turns off display all tooltips. 1 turns on display of tooltips. I will show you one more and then we'll go to the next session. But sometimes not all tooltips exist on the options. If you want to know about tooltips, normally you have to enter some trouble and then you will search across the web and then they will suggest it for you. But if you want to search specifically system variables, just come here and search system variables, or I will come to the home and there is system variables, and I will say list all the system variables. You can see them, they are quite a lot. If you want to know anyone, just click it and it will tell you what it does and the meaning of numbers. That's it about system variables and the AutoCAD user interface and customization. Let's get to some drawing. We are still on our file AutoCAD 101 and let's focus on the drawing panel if we can, and what all of the tools on the draw panel will ask you. Like for the line, if I pick a point, you have to input a value. For the cycle, if I click, you have to input a value. Let's understand how do you input the value. And to understand that, there are 4 ways to enter a value. I will go through 3 of them very quickly to get to the main one we will be working with. First is the absolute coordinate. Select line, turn off dynamic input for a while and just type your absolute coordinate 0, 0, enter. It will start dead right at the center of the origin, and then from there you type another coordinate. Let's zoom right in and make just a line or maybe a rectangle, and then we'll go right by inputting. The first value is for the x-axis 0, the right axis should be 0, enter. It will be something like this. I will zoom back we will be having something like this, and then I can go up 10, 10, enter. We are having this, and then 0, 10, enter, and then we can either close or type our origin 0, 0, enter. To finish the command, enter again. These are your absolute coordinates. You can tell this is not your day-to-day way of inputting values. This is 1 of 4. The next one, I will select this and erase it. The next one is the relative coordinate. As you hear the word relative, it means relative to something that exists. Select line, and to use the relative, you must have at least 1 point. So you can click anywhere or use an absolute point. I'll just click here, and then from that point, I will use the @ symbol. @ symbol, this symbol simply means relative to the last point. So relative to the last point, I want you to go 3 units, 3 units on x-axis, 4 units on y-axis. Press enter again, or select the line, click here, relative to that point, which is at, I want you to go 3 units horizontal 0, and then enter to finish. I don't want to go too deep into all that. That's the relative coordinate. The other one, I will select this and delete it, is the relative polar coordinate, which is at an angle. When you are using this, you can't be using dynamic input, this one, even though if you select a line, you get a precise distance and an angle. That's why some people that are used to relative coordinate, they prefer turning off the dynamic input. People like widely known like AutoCAD is doing that a lot. So here is how it is. You select a line, you just have to click a point because it is a relative way of inputting. You click once. From that point, you first type at, which means relative. From that point, I want you to go 60 units and use the less than symbol, not the greater than, and no spaces, as space in AutoCAD is the same as enter. Any numerical value after this alligator symbol is interpreted as an angle. So it's at your distance and your angle of 45 degrees, enter. Enter again to finish that. So this line is at 45 degrees of 60 unit length. We won't be using any of this. I'll select that, or if you want to continue, you select the line, click a point at, which means from that point I want you to go 30 units horizontally, so less than symbol and 90, and then enter. It will go like this. And then maybe from there you want it to go left, you type relative to that point at, and then your distance, let's say 50, and then your angle. I want it left, so definitely 180 degrees. Enter and enter to finish. That's it about the 3 method. The easiest one, and the one you'll be using mostly for your day-to-day drafting, is the pick point method, or the standard term for it, DDE, which stands for direct distance entry. It works best if you turn on your dynamic input. Select line, pick a point, and you get your length and your angle. I want it 60 units. Press the tab key at 30 degrees, enter, and then you turn on either polar tracking or ortho mode and go horizontally. All you have to do is just pick a point a direction, just type your value 40, enter, go up, 14, enter, go this way, 50, enter, go that way, 20, enter, like that. Once you are done, it's just enter to end the command. That is direct distance entry. I will select this and delete it. Those are the 4 ways you input values in AutoCAD. There may be more, of course, but we will stick with the direct distance entry. Select line, click a point, you point your direction, you type your distance, 60, enter, you continue doing that. Once you come to the place you want to stop, you close it. Now when you draw something, you want to check it. Did you really input the values correctly, or did AutoCAD really input the values for you correctly? You can query that using the distance tool. Underneath the measure, click the flyout, select distance. You just click at 2 points, you get your distance. I didn't click yet. Normally I don't click because with that I can check 2 places, but if you click, you get the distance 60 point all your decimal places. And then if you are done with that, you can press enter and then press the escape key to cancel the command, or use the initial quick measure which comes in 2020. You just enter the place and it will show you everything it can at one time, like you are seeing. I will press the escape key. Now there is a command that you might come across in school or in textbooks, and you might want to know about it even if you aren't going to use it, because if we come to the if we click on this plot, it is asking all this. We are coming to this, continue to plot a single sheet, don't worry. If we come to the plot area, click, there is an option for it, limits. So let's talk about it for not more than 1 minute. Limit is a command that just set a boundary of the drawing area you use. I will turn on the grid for that one. You just type lim, there it is, limit. Select limit, and by default it is defaulted to the origin. Normally you just press enter to accept. It's like a rectangle. You just press enter to accept the 0, 0 value. Enter, and then at the upper right corner, this one is set to 2 to 420 by 297, which is an A3 landscape paper. You can press to accept that or change to another limit. Let's say you want 500, 500, and then I'll press enter. Where is the limit? Good question. Immediately when you put your limit, you just type Z, enter, and then you select all, or you just type the initial highlighted blue, which is A for all, and then press enter, and then it will zoom you to the all or accent. Let me delete this. Z, enter, A, enter. It should zoom you to the limit of your drawing. To see the limit, you can come to grid, right click, grid settings, and display grid beyond limit. Uncheck that. Click on OK. There is your limit. Now, limit you to draw only within here. Now, it's pointless, of course, if we don't turn it on, because I can click here and draw outside the limit or right across it. I will select and erase that. Type lim again. Select limit. Right now it's off. Click here to turn it on. Select limit. You can try clicking outside and it will not click, but once you click inside, you can draw. Even inside the command, if you try to click outside, you cannot. You have to click inside. So it's really handy if you're a complete beginner and you can easily get overwhelmed and draw lines of thousands or 100,000s and you won't even know. So that's why scholars and textbooks use them, but we are not really, because if I type lim, enter, and turn it off and draw outside the limit, then it's become pointless. And by the nature of the model space, it is meant to be a limitless area for your drawing. The limit should be on your layout, which is your paper. Paper is your limit. You just put a scale on your drawing, like here. I will turn up the grid, double click outside. This should be your limit. You should scale down your drawing to fit on a paper. I'll come back to the model space. Now, right click the grid settings, display beyond limits, and OK that. Now the limit is completely pointless because our object exceeds the limit. I will select all this and erase it. Now the polyline is what a line is and more. Polyline. Select polyline. Let's start with line. If I make a shape with line, maybe something like this, and then I select polyline, I try to do the same thing. Click escape. It may look like the same thing until you click them, or even before you click them, you hover over them, you will see a roll over tooltip that gives you the name of the object, which is a line, and some of its properties. This is a line. If you hover over this one, it will say this is a polyline. Select, only one segment is selected. Select this one, all of it is selected. Now we'll come back more on polyline. First, I want to show you something. Let's finish with the rest of the tools. For the cycle, center radius, you just click, point to a direction, type your radius as we know it. Maybe you know the diameter, click, point your diameter, maybe 100, enter. 2 point, you want a 2 point, let's say from here to here. You only want your cycle to fit from here to here. Click drop down, 2 point. Click here and click here, and your cycle shall fit inside here. I'll zoom back a little and pan. Click downward, we have 3 points. Well, all you have to do is, maybe this is what you have, or you have something, like this. Click 3 point. Maybe you want it at the middle of this, midpoint, the middle of this, and the middle of this. It will be something like this. Or 3 point again, you want it from here, here, and here. You want it to touch the point you've picked. That's 3 point. Or come and select the tan radius, which, if you know what a tan is a tangent. A tangent means a point that just touches something. It's 2 tangents. You just click on an object and click on another object, and you give them a radius. I will give, in this case, 200 of a radius, and then enter. You will get a cycle tangent to this. Well, let's do that again. Tangent, tan, and you give a radius. In this case, let me try 400, and then enter, and then I will get something like this. If I were to select it and erase that, and instead pick the same places, and instead of 400 I will type 300, I'll get something like this. Or if I select and erase it, same place, let me try 150. If the radius is too tiny, it will not work because it can't touch it. So you should get a sense of how large the distance is. Maybe 200 might work. 200 worked. But you can keep clicking on the same area and get a different result. We are coming to tangent a lot. We'll understand it very well in our popular design session. Now the last one is a tan. You want something to be tangent to 3 places. Tan, select it. Tangent of here, if I want here, you get something weird like this. I will select this and delete it. Let's click on something more meaningful. Tan. We want it here, and here. And then it will make sure it touches those places to create the cycle for you. Again, tan. It will touch those places. Or if you want, you can just type cycle command, which is just alias for just type C, and enter. And you can pick a method. 3 point, this one, 2 point, you remember it, which is this one, and then you click here and pick the method you want. I'll press the escape key. You get the point. That's it about cycles. Now for the arc, click the drop down and select 3 points. You just click on 3 points to create very easily, and then it is further categorized into 4. You have those. Basically, this 3 and this 3 are pretty decent to my eyes, because it's just the center and the start that are switched. If you think about it, center start angle, start center angle, center start length, start center length. It's just these two that are switched. So if you understand this 3 is automatic, you understand this, meaning you understand 6, which is what we are doing. Let's see center start end. Let's use this method first. Center start end. Now it's just like your compass. The center is where you pin it. Let's say I want an arc here or an arc here. I will pick this middle as the center. Click. Where do I want it to start? I want it to start here. I will click. And then if you are getting this, is because your auto mode is turned on. I will turn it off to see freely how the line is going, how the arc is going. So you can see it is going counterclockwise by default, meaning from the point I picked, it will go counterclockwise, like I've said in the beginning of the tutorial. What if you want it to go this side? Well, read the command line or the dynamic input. Both of them say in the bracket, hold Control to switch direction. Well, just hold the Control key and you switch directions. As easy as that. Once you get to the angle you want, you just click or type the angle. That is center start end. Center start angle. Basically same thing. Center start, just type your angle 90, 180, 360 or 0. Just type it. Let's go with maybe 150 and then enter. Maybe this is what you want. I will click and select length. I hardly use this, doesn't mean they won't. So let's say I want to center here, and then I want the arc to start. I will turn on polar tracking. I want the arc to start here, and then I specify the length, which will be any value. If you know the value, just type it. In this case, I will just type 400 and then enter. Now we are done with these ones. Instead of starting with your pin of your compass or your center in this case, you start with the start point. Let's say you want to do this again, but with this method instead of this method. All you have to do is just click your start point, then your center point, and then exactly do the same thing. Hold Control to flip it, and just click. I release Control, that is why it's messed up. I will click it again. Start, center is a Control, angle I want, and just click. That's it. That's basically it for this ones. For this 3 is when you are sure you know your start and your end points. Really cool. I mostly use direction. Start, end, and you just give a direction. Whatever looks good for you, just click. Start and angle. I want you to start here to end here, and for the angle you just give any angle you want. Maybe you want 90 or 100. Enter, you will get something like this. Lastly, for the start and radius, I want you to start here to end here, and for the radius just give any 500. Enter. As you already know, once you see the asterisk, it is not saved. So click on save or Control S. Now there is last option of the arc command, which is continue. This one. Here is how it works. I will select any method, it doesn't matter. I will pick this one. I will just click and create this arc. Now what I can do is click down here and select continue. The arc will continue from there to any direction I want. There is a continue again. I can click it and I can continue making something curvy like this. Mathematically, an arc is a broken cycle. Any cycle less than 360 degrees is considered an arc. Okay, now if we hover over this from the rollover tooltip, it says this is an arc. This one, an arc. This one's are cycles. Now if I select line and click somewhere here, I will just pass this, but I'm not worried about the length. I will press tab and put 90, enter, enter. I'll press enter to repeat the line command. I'll click here. I'm not worried about the length, just the angle. I'll press tab. I will type 89.5 and then I'll press enter. I'll press enter again. Now I have this angle of less than 1 degrees. We are coming to this very soon. I'll select trim and trim only this portion. Then I will select these two and erase them. Only this tiny bit is trimmed. Now moment of truth. I will hover over it and it's now an arc. It's no longer considered a cycle. Now I will zoom back. I left it until now, so just so we have some geometries in the drawing area. Like here in this case. Now I'm using an external mouse and it basically has 4 functions. One is just moving it, selecting object and picking points, which is the left click. Now the second one is it gives you a menu. Like in this case, I will just right click and I get this menu. I can enter to successfully finish the command, cancel the command, again it will finish it. It will give me some recent inputs of my values or the options on the command line. As you can see, there is close and undo. I get them here as well. I get some OSNAP overrides and my navigation. I can pan and zoom or call out the steering wheel from the navigation bar. I will press enter to end that command. The right click is a context sensitive menu, meaning it highly depends where I right click and if I am in another command. By default, if you are not in any command when you right click, you get this menu with your undo and navigation here, your last command at the top and your recent commands here, and a clipboard and so on, with your option always at the bottom. When you select a line and right click, you get more options like the modify options. You can move it, see its properties and everything. It's context sensitive. I will press the escape key and press the escape key to deselect again. It has 2, left click for selecting and picking, right click for giving context menus, and then right at the middle you get the mouse wheel, which when you roll forward you zoom, when you roll backward you zoom out, roll inward you zoom in, roll backward you zoom in out. Simple, but it highly depends where your cursor is pointing at. Right now I'm here. If I roll forward, I'm zooming in there, I'm zooming in there, but if I take it here and roll again, it will be taking me there. So it highly depends on the location your cursor is. The last one is panning. Say I zoom in, I want to be working here, I will just press the wheel and then pan. Unlike zooming that changes magnification, the panning doesn't. Just press, pan around to see your drawing. Really handy when you are working with layout viewports and you don't want to mess up your scale. But here is a mistake you are likely going to make and how to correct it. Even myself make it sometimes because I work with multiple CAD softwares. Is you forgot and instead of panning, or you hold on the shift key and then you press the wheel and you try to pan, you will get something like this, which is primarily a 3D function. Don't panic, all you have to do is use the view cube, click on the top, you get back to the top view, and then use these buttons to rotate around to your original view. You want the north at the top and everything back like this. You can continue clicking if you orbit too much and just make sure the top is north and you are back to your original orientation. That's it about navigation. To me, those are the most used commands in all CAD softwares. You can't do more than 3 seconds without changing your navigation. I want to zoom in, pan, draw. Those are key functions in a software. Now let's talk of an ellipse. There it is, the ellipse command. If I click the fly out arrow, I get 3 options to draw an ellipse. Simple thing to draw. I will select the first one, which says center. You just specify the center and axis endpoint like a radius or your major or minor axis, and then the other axis. The second method, one axis. This one we give the radius, remember, but for this one we give the overall axis length. You can type it, but in this case we click here, point up. For the second you give half the size, and then you click. For the last one, it gives you an elliptical arc. Select it. Let's read the command line. Specify axis endpoint of elliptical arc. We click specify other end. Okay. We click specify distance to other axis. Okay. We click. Now here it is. Specify starting angle. Well, as we all know, angles are drawn counterclockwise by default. We'll start from here. I will click here once and then specify end angle. It just gives you an arc. Maybe you want to stop here and just click. That's it. Really simple when you are reading the command line. You don't always have to read it if you know what you are doing, meaning you get used to it. It's generic now. If you select line, you don't have to read specify first point. You already know you should be specifying your next point, and you know when you want to close it, you can just come here and click on close. But for some tools, you have to be coming back to the command line, especially tools like the Fillet command. And that's it about the ellipse. We'll look more on it later on, but you will notice we've been ignoring something next to line. That's because the tool is just special. Polyline. I will click on it. Start point, next point, but it has more options. But let's understand this first. Another point, another point, another point. And once you want to end a command, simply press enter or right click. There is enter. Select enter. I finish that command. This is a polyline. If I hover over it, you will see from the roll over tooltip. If I select a line and try to mimic the shape, say something like this, and hover over it, you will see it is, if I select it, only this portion gets selected. If I select the polyline, all of it gets selected. It's most convenient when editing the shape. Sometimes you might need line, sometimes you might need polyline, and you can imagine one click you select the whole thing, and for line you have to individually select them or use a window selection, which we are going to talk about later on. All the time, if I press escape to deselect all that, one click I select the polyline, and I have to make multiple selection for the line. This is the major difference: connected segment and not connected segment. But polylines has more up its sleeve. If I pan up, as you can see from the icon, there is a curve. If I select polyline, click specify my start point, specify my other point. The first option, I have arc. I can either click it or just type the highlighted letter, which is A. I will press enter. I get an arc. If I point up the arc at 90 degrees, it will be a semicircle. Or maybe I want it at any angle. You can do that and you can continue making it, but I'd like it at 90. So I will come down and select undo, or just U, enter, U again, enter, and select the arc, point up. I will click, I will point to this direction, click, but I don't want an arc here, I want line if I can. There is line. Select line. Now it's back to line. Continue and continue. Just like the line, it can close. Next to arc we have closed. If I select it, it will automatically close. If I select the polyline, all of this is considered one single entity. I will press the escape key to deselect all that. Now another advantages of the polyline is its editing features, specifically the width property command. If I double click it, I get this option which are the same from the command line. Now the first one is open, meaning it remembers the point we've started and the point we've stopped and select the close option to get this line. If I select open, it will open that. Select close, it will close it. You can do that with the line command. And when you have multiple connected polylines, you can use the join command to join them. Meaning, select polyline, click here, click here, click here, press escape, select another one, maybe here, here, escape. We didn't draw them in a single session of polyline command, so of course they should be different entities. Like you're seeing, this one and this one are different. Let's delete this one. I'll press the escape key to join them. I can double click this, join, and as you can tell from here, polyline can't join to a closed polyline. So let's open it up, join, select the object you want to join, and then press enter. I'll press the escape key to deselect that. Now it's joined this but left out this, which is okay. Let's double click, join this and this, enter, press the escape key. It still didn't join them. That's because it has some rules which you can find out more on the help session if you want. It won't join this, but if you have another one, say here, press enter to finish that, press enter again. You have these ones which are separate, and then this one. When you double click and select join and select this, press enter, press escape, these ones are joined, but this one wouldn't. So I'll press the escape key. Another of its features is when you double click, which most people use, is the width command. Select the width, give a value of, say, we are not using units yet, so I'll just try to give 50, and then you get this width. I will select the width again, take it down to say 15. I get this nice one. Maybe if I will look okay like this. You might really be using this one. Some people use Polyline specifically for this width option. Now we'll double click it and take it back to 0 and then enter. Now the edit vertex is all a lengthy process, which if you select it, you get more options. I'll press the escape key, select it. When you see these square icons, those are your vertex. You can edit them individually. We're not even going to waste time on it because even the pros agreed this is a lengthy process of editing a vertex. You can do it faster by just breaking it down to cycles and making a modification and joining it back again. So let's go to the next one. The fit and spline, both of them turns a polyline into a spline. I'll press the escape key. I will click on this slide out, and the first two tools are spline fit and spline CV. If I select the first one, spline fit, all I have to do is just click on points and I get this free form curve. Once I'm done, I'll just press enter. Now this is not your regular cycle or arc curve. This is splines are really highly precise mathematically defined entities called NURBS curves, non-uniform rational B-spline curves. We can go deep into that, but there is a reason it is hideout, so we are probably not, but it has more buttons. The method, you can choose the fit or CV. We choose the fit to make this, and you can select the node and make your adjustment. Right now we will select the chalk, and you can select an object to convert it to a spline. If you ignore all that, splines are easy to use. You don't have to change anything. When you click it, just begin picking your point. Initially, let's pick this and see what's the difference. Select spline CV, or when you choose spline fit, you have the CV option, whichever one you choose. Click here, select spline CV, and instead of the fit point, you get this CV, which is control vertices. Continue clicking. Once you are done, you can either close it like line or press enter to terminate it there. Let's try close. It will close it up. The difference is just the point you've picked while making them. Do you want that exact point? If we select, those were the points we've selected. But we select this one, the point we selected are now control vertex. You just click the point to edit the spline. But for this, you have to pick the exact point to edit. That's just the difference, and you can switch between them with this grip. Select, now it is fit. You can select CV and continue adjusting. Same with this. Select to maybe turn it to fit. Now this curve is freeform, and we need more curves than straight line, which makes me think, if you know anything God has ever created that is straight, as 90 degrees straight, or anything close to that, please do tell us in the comment section, because I can't think of any. The purpose of all of this is when we double click, we get the fit and spline. Now we know what they are. When you select fit, you get this. When you select spline, you get this, meaning the CV. And once you don't want to convert the polyline to spline of it, you can decurve it by selecting this one. And for the line type gen is when you have a non-continuous line and the point will start at each vertex. You hardly use it, but in case you do, you can explore it further on the help. The reverse, same thing. When you have a line type with pattern, let's say a line type with gas or some other symbol, you can reverse the direction with this option. Lastly, our very favorite, the undo, is just undo. Now to finish that, press the escape key, and there is one last thing about the polyline. If I select polyline, start, you get, we know of arc, we know of undo, we know of width, just this half width and length. Now the width here means when I click it, will ask to specify the starting width. I will give 5, I will press enter, and then it will specify the ending width. If I like, I can type 15, then press enter, and then you will be getting something like this. Now if I want W for width again, take it back to 0, enter. Okay, I forgot the second width, so I will undo that. I'll redo it all again. 5 for the starting, 15 for the second, click, and then width again. The first one 0, the second one 0, and then I take it back to normal. And then if I want, I can use the arc and then select the width option again, start it with 5, enter, end it with 20, enter, and then I'll give something like this. Return it back to line, select the width, first one 0, second one 0, and then I get this. You can do so much with this. You can easily create an arrow. Select polyline, click once, click twice, the start width, you can give 20, enter. The second one you can give 0, enter. And then depends on the how you drag the arrow, you get a nice arrow that can point this way or like this in any direction. Click here, and you can continue. There is no limit how we use this. Now the half width is just half the value. When we type 5 with the half width, we'll just put 2.5 and it will give the same effect. Enter. Maybe it won't. Let me click it again. Half width, specify starting half width 2.5. Enter. Specify ending half width 2.5 or 10, which means 20 because it's half. Press enter. Then we'll get something like this. Easily, you don't want to be putting half the size, but depends if your value is more easily to be input with the half the digits. But I'll just click here, and if you forgot to change the width, like in this case I press the escape key and select the polyline again, it will inherit that width. So to take it back, simply select half width or width option and take the starting to 0, the second to 0 as well, and then you won't be in any trouble. Now we can stop at this with the polyline. We can spend hours on polyline alone. There is the rectangle. Select the rectangle. It has more options. The elevation and the thickness are for 3D, so we won't touch on them, but we have the width option which we already know of. But the fillet and chamfer, to understand them more, we'll come back to them when we understand all of this. Specify first corner, but when you click just the first corner, you get another options. You can select the dimension and just type the horizontal value. Maybe I want 10. I will press enter and then it will ask for the width, which is the vertical value. I will type say 30, and then when I press enter, it will just ask for the direction. You can point any direction you want. All you have to do is just click. I will select it again, click once. The area option, which if you are into survey, you might appreciate. If you select the area, enter the area in current units. Maybe the area is say 100, and then press enter. And to create the rectangle, you just specify either the area with length or the area with width, whichever one you know. That's why I say only the surveys will appreciate this. Let's go with the width. Let's say give it 30. You'll be getting something like this. Or when you click, there is the rotation. You create it at an angle. This is quite tedious for a beginner, as it's much easier to first create it and then use the rotate to rotate it instead of doing it in one go. So we are not even going to talk about that. With the width option, you already know it. You just type your width and create it. It will give you something like this. When you hover over it, it says a polyline, and you might wonder why. Because a rectangle is just an easy way of creating a polyline with 4 edges. Speaking of edges, click the flyout, we get the polygon, which allows you to draw a polygonal shape with 3 sides up to 1024 sides, which is really scary and something impossible with pen and paper, unless the size is really massive. Now, when you first select polygon, it will ask for the number of sides. Let's go a little bit crazy and type 50. Press enter, and then you have an option. Either you specify the center or you specify the length of one edge. We've already used the center. This time let's select edge and specify first end point of the edge and specify second point of the edge, and then we get something like this. Because it is 50, it will continue to appear smoother and smoother as you increase the value. If we select it and take it back to a reasonable polygon, we know say 7, enter, select the edge, click once, point a direction. Now you understand. Either you know of the edges you want and just click, or it remembers we've inputted 7, as you can see here as well. Just type enter, you don't need to type the 7 to accept it. Specify the center point, and then inscribe or circumscribe, select whichever one, and then you specify like a radius. Just like that, you're able to create. Just as the rectangle is a polyline, a polygon as well is a polyline. Now let's go back to rectangle. If I click once, that's the problem. Set rectangle, take the width, like you can see here, it is currently 2, so take it back to 0. Click once, and it is creating it at an angle which we don't want. I will select the rotate option, type 0, take it back to normal, and I will just click. Now I'll zoom back, and when you need to convert, say, a polyline down to line, or a rectangle or polygon down to line, you use the explode command. This one, if I select the rectangle and press enter, now it is down to a line. So it's this one. If I select it and click on this guy, explode, it is now down, broken down to single line. Doing that strips you of the properties of the polyline, meaning when you double click, you just get the quick property palette. Come here and close it, you lose the property of the polyline. So I'll press escape to select that. Sometimes, or a lot of times, you might need to do this just to edit the polyline. Anybody wants a donut? Perfect. We have a donut in AutoCAD. Click the down arrow here. There is a donut command. Click it once, and what donut does, it is create a cycle with width, or a concentric cycle. Reading the command line, first say specify inner diameter. I will type 5, and then I will press enter. Second is specify outside diameter of donut. Outside, of course, it has to be larger than 5. Let's double that, 10. Then I'll press enter, and then I get this. Specify center of donut. I'll just click there, click, it will continue asking to specify. So once you get enough of the donut, just press enter. This is a clever way of creating a filled cycle. As you can see, it is again a polyline. You can do something clever with the donut. If you want to repeat the command, either come here and select it, or right click, repeat donut, or simply press enter to repeat it. You can use the donut to create a filled cycle, which is just a trick. You just make the inside diameter, this one, 0, enter, and then the outside diameter to a larger value, enter, and then when you click, you get something like this, which you can represent as a column or some points in your drawing. When the time is right, you will know what to do, what to use it for. I'll press the escape key. That's it with the donut command. And about the draw panel in AutoCAD, we'll talk more on this later on, but we can talk of this one, the boundary command, which when you make a bunch of shape and click the down arrow and select boundary, you can use either region or polyline. In this case, we want polyline. So just click OK and just pick an internal point. And it doesn't work with an open spaces. Now if I try to click, it will say a closed boundary cannot be determined. So just click on close. We selected this, so I'll press enter. Now when I hover, it is now a polyline, which I can select and move it. Remember, I used line to make this, but I generated a polyline with just one click. You will see where this comes in when you are doing real projects. That we are done with the draw panel. We will explore when we are drawing some things. Now make sure to save, Ctrl S, and we are on to modifying panel, which is the last thing we will do before we draw the most popular 2D drawings on the internet. AutoCAD drawings are really completed simply by drawing lines, cycle, etc. Most likely you will need to modify these basic drawings in some way in order to create the image you need. In AutoCAD, you spend a lot of time editing far more than drawing objects from scratch. That's partly because the design and drafting process is by its nature repetitive, and also because AutoCAD makes it easier to edit objects cleanly. Now let's understand what all that means. I will pan to the side somewhere here, and we have to understand two concepts before we can fully understand these tools, because when we select this tool, it will say select object. If we select this one, again copy, select object, stretch, select object, rotate, select object, scale, select object. How do you select objects? I'll press the escape key. Now I will make just a line and then press the escape key. Now if I select move and select object and then press enter, it will say specify base point. I'll press escape to deselect. When I select copy, select an object, enter, it will say base point. Select something like mirror, select line, enter, still first point, scale, select, enter, specify base point. So how do we select object and how do we specify a base point? Those are your key tools. You can't avoid them when you want to use most of the tools on the modify panel. So how do you select object? You select object using three methods. The first one, you just pick it. Easy, remaining two. And in addition to the picking, when you select, you pick it, AutoCAD adds to your selection. When I select another one, it didn't deselect the first one. I can continue selecting without holding any control or anything. And when I want to deselect it, I'll just press the escape key. Now, the second one is the window selection, which you are most familiar with on your Windows or Mac interface. Like if I go to our beginner course, when I click once and drag, I get this window. Remember the selection? Now in AutoCAD, you don't click and drag. You just click once and click diagonally like you are making a rectangle. I will select and erase that. Now you just click once and click on the other side, and whatever falls completely inside this gets selected. As easy as that. Now only these three get selected. This is where the cursor size comes in, because I can tell this line won't get selected from here. To select it, I might need to click somewhere like here and then select it. Just click, highlight everything, click, highlight everything to get it selected. This is a window selection, and I will show you better how to use it when we come to some intense and complex selection. The third one is just a crossing selection. You just have to cross an entity. Instead of the window where you click from the top left to bottom right, the crossing, you click bottom right to top left. When it just touches an entity, it's selected. Just touch it a little, it will select. For the window, everything must be inside. For the crossing, just touching. Those are the main three ones, and the last one, which come up in AutoCAD 2015, is the lasso selection, which you click and drag and you get this free form kind of a selection. The lasso is just, aside from the free form, you either use a window lasso or a crossing window lasso. You can't use a lasso if you don't understand the window and the crossing window. Those are your three selections: picking, picking, window selection, and crossing selection. Those are your 3 selections. Now the base point. This is where the O snaps comes in. Now let's click the arrow beside object snap. You get all these things, which you can check them here, or click the object snap setting. You will get the drafting setting, or just type DS, which means drafting setting. Press enter. You will get the same dialog box, but you have to come to object snap. Now you can select them all or clear them all away. Let's clear them. First, let's select the endpoint and then click on OK. Now if we click the arrow beside it, you can see endpoint checked, which you can draw from an endpoint to an endpoint. So you can start a new line and continue from that endpoint, continue drafting like this. A lot of times you will need more than that. It's a beginner mistake to select everything. You don't ever want to do that. Now there are 4 to 5 essential ones. The first one is the endpoint. You can't afford to not turn it on all the time. The second is the midpoint. Select mid, click away, select line. You just come close to it and you will see its marker, which is a triangle, and next to the tooltip it will tell you its name, which is a midpoint, just as the endpoint. When you hover over it, it will say endpoint, and its marker is a square. Now you can click on the midpoint and continue drawing, snap to the midpoint. The next one is the center. Select center, select line. When you have a cycle, you can't have a center mark on a straight line. It has to be a cycle or arc. You just touch the cycle and then you will see the center mark at the middle. You just go from there and then you continue drawing. I will press the escape key. Select line again. Just hover over an arc. You will see the plus icon. Continue, just hover over the arc. There it is. Hover over this one. There is the center. Press escape. You get the point. The next one is the intersection. Turn it on. I will select line and make something like this. Click on an intersection. I will click here because this is not an endpoint or midpoint. It is intersection. Now I can easily draw there because I have the intersection or snap turn on. I will press the escape key. Now if I were to turn it off, I will only be getting the mid and the end point. Even if you think you come to the intersection and click, it will snap to the midpoint or any marker that is available. I'll press the escape key. Once you see a marker, even if you are from here, just click, it will take it to that point. Escape. Once I see the endpoint, I will just click. It will start from there. So you have to turn on the intersection. Where it is, intersection. Select intersection and click there and continue working. The next one is the perpendicular. I will select perpendicular. I will select line. I will click, and once I see that right angle mark, I know it's our guy, perpendicular. I'll just click. It's really handy when you want to draw a line from here and you want to snap to that point without snapping, because now we can have it here at the perpendicular, but if perpendicular was turned off, I will click away. You will get the intersection, which is okay. Let's turn off intersection. Click away. Now we don't have anything. and sometimes it will just snap to the endpoint or the midpoint. Long story short, you just want to turn on the perpendicular. Just click and then press the escape key. It looks nice. I will click here, and the downside of turning everything at the same time, turn everything on, click away, is when you try, you will just be getting some weird or snap everywhere. It just will run you crazy. So only turn on what you truly want. I can't go around and select them all. I will just select the setting, clear them, and then select specifically those that I want. Don't worry, we will talk more on them, on the rest when they appear. The last thing you want to know, I will click away. How does all of this compare to the base point we are talking about now? Let's say you want to move this. You will select it, move. You just pick anywhere as the base point. Anywhere. You just click with reference to this point to this point. You can move it. Now this is a precise environment. We don't do guesswork. We'll press Ctrl Z, select, move, and then pick a precise point, something like an endpoint, and then copy it with reference from there. Select something, copy it with reference from the endpoint to another endpoint, or to another midpoint, or to another intersection. You get the point. Or you want to copy it to the center of a cycle, or center of an ellipse, center to this arc. I will press the escape key. If you can select, click an object, modifying tool, and then specify object, location. If you can do these two things, that's it. We can go on to drafting. I'll press the escape key to finish the copy command. That is how you copy and move things. To rotate things, let's make a cycle and snap to the center and make a line. Select rotate. What does it say? Select object. Easy. We know multiple selection. We select it, enter. Specify base point. Let's do it precisely. We want the center here. And then specify rotation angle. You can rotate it anywhere you want. If you are not moving freely like this, it's because probably you have auto mode turned on. Because if you have auto mode, it's just 90 degrees. You will be getting something like this. You can turn it off to get something freely like this. If you want an increment angle, select polar tracking and choose your desired increment angle. I want it maybe at 45 degrees here. I'll just click, we rotate it 45 degrees. This is rotating, but this is an in-depth course, so we'll select that and make some copies. Let's see how we'll go about them. Select rotate, select this guy, press enter, specify the base point. It could be anywhere. If you want, you can click even here, but it will rotate it from there. If you want to rotate in place, you better select rotate, pick a base point. Better pick your base point here. Now let's add more lines so you can understand it better. And I will select this, and you can erase simply with one of the three methods. You can either click here, erase, I will Ctrl Z to bring them back, or select them, press the delete key on your keyboard. I will Ctrl Z that, select them, right click, there is erase, and erase them. Select this. You can either type CO to copy. When you type CO, just press enter, and you can make a bunch of copies. Or you can select there is copy, or right click, you still have copy here. and then copy another one. Back to the rotate. I will select these guys, rotate, pick a base point. The cycle won't be rotating because it is in place. If we were to pick a different base point, say like here, we can see it rotating. The point I want to make is you can make a copy while you rotate. The original one will remain in place, the new one will be a copy. Once we click on copy or just type C on your keyboard and press enter, you can make a copy while you rotate. Easy as that. For this one, you can select rotate, pick a base point, and instead of rotating like this, because you can see from that brown line to our main line there is some angle. Maybe you don't know anything, you just want your line to be at say 45 degrees. I will select reference, the angle I know, which is here to here, and the angle I wish to rotate, which could be anywhere, 45 degrees. Just click. Don't worry if you don't understand it, we'll be using it a lot when we come to rotating in our drawings. Next is the mirror command, which is really cool. I can select this, make copy. We are already copying a bunch of things. Mirror is like, just as the name suggests, it mirrors an image. If I select this, select mirror, click once, point downward and just click. It will always ask you this. I'll select no. But do you notice what I've just did? Select mirror again. Let's understand it with the command line. Select, press enter, specify first point of mirror line. I will click somewhere. I don't know what a mirror line is. Okay, specify second point. I will click somewhere here or anywhere. It all gives the same effect. Just click and then erase the source object. This is the source object. This is the original one. Erase the source object. No, it leaves it there. Now, this is really an important tool because, let me select Polyline. If your house is symmetrical, say something like this, and many more objects, all you have to do in CAD is just make half of it. What you normally don't know is there is a mirror line. This is just an imaginary line. This is the mirror line. When mirror asks you to specify first and second point, it means first and second point along this line or any line. Now, this could be a house, a floor plan, a component, or anything. All you have to do is just select mirror, select the object, press enter, specify first point. You can pick any point along this line, or you can even pick the end point to this endpoint. What this is asking is to erase this. If you say yes, it will delete that. I'll Ctrl Z that, or come up here and select undo, select mirror, select the object, press enter, this endpoint to this endpoint, erase, no, it will keep it. Now this line is not necessary, so I will select it and erase it. You'll get a nice house, but they are just separate, it doesn't matter. Now if I select and delete that, the secret to using mirror is just knowing your mirror line. It doesn't matter if you don't know it, but it just adds an extra step to your modification. If I select mirror and select this and then press enter, let's say I didn't pick this endpoint, I just pick somewhere like here and then I point down and then click and I select no. You still mirror. All you have to do is again select this and then select copy and then bring it in place. All of this long process could be avoided if you just pick your mirror line correctly in the first plane to begin with. We will touch more on mirror later on, but that's just the basic. As you can tell, it doesn't have more options. When you just select an object, you just pick first and second point and then it asks you to erase or no. Those are just how it works. You can do that horizontally as well. That is the only thing I will add before we get to scale. Enter, click here. Let me zoom back to see like a water reflection. In this case, it will give you something like this when you choose your mirror line horizontally instead of vertically. Now scale is cool. Let's use Polyline. Scale is, now we have to do this. Good. I'll click here, I'll point to this direction and make a length of 10,000. Enter. I will point up, maybe 5,000. Enter. Point here, 3,000. Point up, 1,000. And then this is what we call tracking. And it's possible because of this object snap tracking. Now I want these lines to align. What I will do is I will come to this endpoint and wait for 2 seconds or so, and then I will point up, and once I see that intersection and green dotted line, I will just click and I know they are aligned, and I can either close or come here and click on the endpoint. To end the command, I will just press enter. Now to scale this, just select scale, select the object, press enter, pick a base point. Base point could be anywhere. Just click here and then specify a scale factor. Maybe you want it to be 3 times the size. I will press 3 and enter. It will be 3 times as big. I will press Ctrl Z to undo that. Let's first copy it to see the effect. I will select copy and copy it to a bunch of places like this. Now select scale, select the object, press enter, pick a base point. I will pick somewhere like here and then give a value of, let's say I want it to be 5 times larger. I'll type 5 and then enter, and then it will be 5 times larger with reference to here. If I do that again, 5 times, select scale, select the object, press enter. Instead of here as my base point, if I pick here or any place, let's say I click here and I put 5, press enter, it will be 5 times larger with reference to that point. The thing with selecting an arbitrary base point is specifically for the scale command. The object will be 5 times larger, but it will be 5 times away from the point you selected, like in this case that we are seeing. So instead of doing that, pick a known point as your base point. I will select scale, select the object, press enter. Instead of picking some random places, I will pick this endpoint as my base point. And then I want it to be maybe half the size. So I will type 0.5, enter. It will be half the size, but with reference to that point. Can select scale, select the object, press enter. Now if I select the center, which is really cool, it will be scaled from that center. And then maybe I want it to be twice the size. This is half the size, this is twice the size, this is the original size. Now I rarely use this unless for plans or something. What I do use a lot is if I select distance and measure, this is 10,000. Let's say all I want is the object to scale, but I want this 10,000 to read 17,000. I will select scale, I will select the object, I will press enter, I will pick my base point, say here, and then select reference or just type R and then press enter. I will pick the size I know, which is from here to here, and then I will specify the size I want it to be. I will just type 17,000 and then enter. Really cool. If I select distance, 17,000. The object is scaled but with reference to this line. So one last thing about scale is when you select scale, enter, pick a base point, you can select the copy option and it will scale a copy of your object. I'll just click. Now here is something you will use all the time. The trim and extend command. I will select line and make stuff like this. Now sometimes all I want is for this line to stop here. I don't want this line to pass this line. I want it to stop here. You might think of erasing it to erase this portion. If I select erase and I select the object and then press enter, all the object will be gone. The tool you use instead, I will press Ctrl Z or come here and select undo or right click. I have undo. It's the trim command. If you don't see it, maybe you use extend. So make sure to click here and select trim. If you're using an older version, you are likely to see something like this. Select object or mode, select all. That select all means select everything as a cutting edge. You just select trim and then you just press enter to select all. And then you will get this. But if you're using newer version, let me select mode and select, we have the quick option. Which means if I select trim, I don't need to press enter to select all. It will automatically select everything as cutting edge. All I have to do is just click here, press enter, that's it. I don't want this one, I'll select trim. Trim here, I don't want it this line to pass this line, I'll just trim. This one, I'll just trim. As easy as that. Now, when you want to do the opposite, meaning you want to extend this line to touch this line, you just hold down the shift key and click and then it will extend. You want to extend it further? It's not possible, because if you try to hold shift and click, or I will press escape. My battery is running low. I'll be back in a minute. Make sure to save. Now I'm back and let's continue. Now I believe I was saying it's not possible to extend this line. I'll come up here and select extend and just touch this line. It will extend to this line. If I try to extend it, it will not. However, if I were to make a copy of this line here and then press escape, select extend or click the fly out and select extend and select this line and this line, they will extend. If I try to do it again, they will not. To extend, you always need a boundary edge. In this case, these lines. You can switch between extend and trim instead of coming here and clicking trim. If you look at the tooltip, it says select object to extend or shift select to trim. Meaning, if I hold down the shift key, I can trim while I'm in the extend command. Holding down the shift key, I can trim and trim. If I release the shift key and select the line, I can extend. Now, while in the extend, I will trim these portions and make a copy of this line. Because when you are extending, it matters where you point cursor location. If I select extend and my cursor is around here, it will extend this way. I'm not clicking, it is just giving me a preview. I'll come down. If I come close to here, it will extend this way. It divides the line into equal from the middle, and depending on the location, it will extend to that direction, like this and like this. There is no more boundaries, so of course it won't extend. We will look more on accent and trim, but that's just their basic. The difference between trim and erase is, just ask yourself when you want to remove some portion of a line, do you want all of it gone or do you want just part of it gone? If you want part of it gone, it's always trim. I want this line but only from here, so I will trim. I don't want this line anymore, I'll just erase and press enter. But if I need only part of it to be gone, this one or this one, then I will trim. I'll press the escape key. Now we've talked on explode, which breaks components into simpler objects, like it will break a polyline down to line, or a block down to its regular shapes, or break dimension down to lines. I'd rather show it to you practically as we go along, don't worry. Now for the next tool, if you can do me a favor and just look at the edge of the device you are watching me right now. It can be TV, a laptop, or your mobile device. You will find out that the edge isn't pointy. It's kind of round. That's called fillet in AutoCAD. This guy. And fillets are real. They're all around us. Hardly you will see any object with really sharp corners. And it is a lot powerful in AutoCAD because it combines the function of so many tools into just a couple of clicks. I will show you what I mean. If I draw a line here and a line here, and I will select this and copy it here, and maybe here. And then I will copy it up like here. I forgot about this one, doesn't matter. I will copy it up as well. Now, if I want a sharp corner here, I don't want these portions, I can simply trim. If I want it the other way around, I can trim this way, or if I want it another way, I can trim this. And we are coming to grip editing in less than 10 minutes, but it's okay. I will show you something quickly. Select the line, you will get these 3 grips. I will select the first one and drag it to the middle one to get something like this. Now if I want to join this, I will use the extend command and then extend the line. Press the escape key. Now if I want the round corner I've talked about, we'll use the combination of cycle and trim. Meaning, if I come down and click on the cycle flyout and select tan radius, tangent of here and here, I don't really know the radius, so I will give something like 1000. Yeah, I will give this small cycle. I will zoom there and then I will select trim this portion, this and this, press the escape key, and I will select these lines and erase them. Now I get a sharp corner like this. Let's say I want it the other way around. The cycle, the tan radius will now become the default, so I can easily just click it without clicking the flyout and select it. So I'll just click here and select tangent from here to here. I want it 2000 and then enter, and I get something like this. I will use the trim this guy, this and this, and then select these 2 lines and erase them. Now these are all combination of extend, trim, cycle and erasing. Now for this one, I will also reduce it to the middle and then press the escape key. Now here is the tool, the fillet command. There is fillet. I will select fillet and I will come here down here and select the radius option. Make sure that is 0. I will type 0 and then I will press enter. Now I will zoom here. I will select this line and this line. And can you see? I get a very sharp corner. Press enter to repeat it. Remember, the first time we click here and here. For now, we will click this part of the line and this part of the line. How I like to put it, where you click is the part that will stay. Now press enter to repeat the fillet command. Select this line and this line. You will get this. I will click on the undo. Now I won't press enter because undo is my last command. If I right click, you will see that the last command is undo and fillet becomes the second to the last command. So I will select fillet again. Now if I were to select this part of the line and this, I will get this result. It highly depends on where you click when you select the line you want to use. I will undo that, fillet, select the part I want to keep and click. Now it extends this line. Now for this one, maybe I jumped it, but if I were to select fillet, select this part of the line and this, I will get the sharp corner. Now automatically there isn't a fillet of 0 degrees. Only AutoCAD does this because by definition a fillet must have a radius, but in AutoCAD you can have a radius of 0. It's just a trick to connect lines quickly. You can tell within just 2 clicks you are able to trim and extend lines to meet at an intersection. Now to get something like this, select fillet again, or I will just right click and select fillet, and then come down on the radius option. I will give the radius of 1000, and then I'll press enter and select this line and this line, and I will get the same result but with just 2 clicks instead of selecting line, tangent, radius, trim and erasing. Just 2 clicks. For this one, right click, repeat fillet, radius 2000, enter, and then I will select this line and this line. Easy as that. It trims and erases the rest that I don't need automatically. But there is more to this tool than just this, because the tool is just super cool. I will select fillet again. Instead of always coming back and selecting it, if you want to do it multiple times, you can just come down here and select the multiple option, or press M for the highlighted M down here, and then press enter. Now let's see what fillet can do. Now the radius is 2000, remember? I press enter, and if I were to select this line and this line, I will get radius. This and this, I will get the radius here and here. But for here and here, if I were to hold on the shift, just like when switching between trim and extend, if I select this line and then hold down shift and select here, it will fillet, but the radius will be 0. I'll show you what I mean. If I were to select this line and this line, I will get a radius. I will undo that and come back again. If I select this, I won't click, it just showed me a preview. I will check the radius, it's removed the radius. I will put the radius of 2000 and then press enter. If I were to click, I will get this result. I didn't click it, so instead of that, I can override that by holding down the shift key. I hold down the shift key, it automatically takes any radius to 0. I release the shift key, you get the point. I'll press the shift key and click, and it will erase all those. You get the point. Now, it doesn't just stop on lines, even with cycles. If I select this cycle and this cycle, I will get a nice fillet of 2000. If I select the first one, I can decide to change the radius to say 1000, enter, and try to hover over the other one to see if it is what you want. If it isn't, you can continue changing until you find what you want. Let me say 400, enter. Maybe that's what I want. Not just that, it works even with cycles and lines. If I select this line and this cycle, I can get something nice and like this. You can decide to change the radius, maybe 100, enter. Maybe that is what I want. I'll just click. It works even with arcs. I will press enter to repeat the fillet command. Select this arc, this line. I will be getting something like this with a radius of 2000. Let's take it down to 300. Hover, I will get something like this. Now the fillet will become an arc. The fillet is just an arc. As you can tell here, arc. I can decide to select that and erase it. I can join other arcs as well, arc with arc. Select fillet, this arc and this one. Currently our radius is 2000. Let's take it down to 400 and see. Like this, it will not work. Let me take it down to 50 and see. Too small. Okay, 100. Sometimes using the fillet is just a trial and error process. You have to be changing to see what works and which radius will fit. And since you are dealing with arcs, the fillet radius should not exceed the radius of the arc. If I select this and hover over here, the middle one, you can see this 100 is the radius. If I select this and hover over the middle one, you can see the radius is 300. I can't use a fillet of more than 300 on this arc. Let me check this one. Hover over here, the radius. Yeah, the fillet shouldn't exceed this number. We can try 190. Radius 190. Enter. This and this, and it will work. If you try to exceed this, it won't. Now there is a lot more to fillet than just this, which I will be showing you practically later on. But for now, we'll stay at that. Now there are more tools under the fillet command, like the chamfer command, which people don't use most of the time, but I will select, let's say, the rectangle. I will click once. Let me know the values of imputed. I will go 800, press the tab key, another 800, and then enter. I will click this flyout and select the chamfer command. Now, unlike the fillet, the chamfer command creates beveled edges. Now, it says select first line or all this option. Select first line. I will select this line. Select second line or shift select to apply a corner. Shift select to apply a corner, just like the fillet command. I will select the second line. It does nothing. That's because we haven't set anything. I will select the chamfer command and select distance. This lines, this is a square of 800 on all sides. For the first distance on the first line, let's try 300 and then press enter. For the second chamfer distance, we can decide to change the value or accept 300. Let's accept 300 first and see what it does. I will press enter. If I select the first line and the second line, I will get something like this. Press enter to repeat the chamfer command. Select distance. I will leave the default 300. Press enter. But for the second one, I will put, let's say, 100. Enter. I will select this line and this line, and I will get something like this. I'll press enter again to repeat the chamfer command. Maybe you don't want the distance. All you are worried about is one angle. I will select the angle option. Specify the length of the line of the first line. I will type 300 and then press enter. For the second line, maybe all you want is for this line. From here, it will go up 300 and then cut here at an angle. That angle, you can put any angle you want. I will say maybe I want it to cut it at 33 degrees, and then I will press enter. I will select the first line and then the second line. I will give this nice angle. Let's do that again. I will press enter to repeat the chamfer command. Select the angle option. For the distance, now let's go with 500 and then press enter. For the angle, let's say just 10 degrees and then press enter. First line, let me choose this one, and then for the second line, it will apply with the angle from there. 500 from here to this place at 10 degrees, and then I will click. Now the last thing I want to tell you about the fillet and the chamfer command is their polyline option. I will select this rectangle, make a copy of it, press the escape key. Let me start with the fillet. I will select the fillet and make the radius of 300 and then press enter. Instead of selecting each corner, since this is a polyline, I can select the polyline option and it will fillet all the edges at one time, even if I have multiple edges. Just to demonstrate, I will make a tiny one that I know doesn't reach 300. It doesn't matter, I will click like this. I will select the fillet command, select the radius option. The radius is 300, but mind you, this place is not up to 300. I will press enter to accept that radius, select the polyline option and select fillet. You will be getting something like this. Typically, you shouldn't be doing this. What you normally will do is you will get a shape like this that closes just like this. If you select the fillet command, polyline option and select, you'll be getting something like this. If the distance is not up to 300, I will change the radius to half of that, 150, enter, select the polyline and it will fillet all those corners. Same with the chamfer command. If I select the chamfer, select distance 150, enter for the second line 150, select the polyline option, it will apply the chamfer on all edges. Now next to them is the spline. It will create a smooth joint between splines. Now we already know of splines. If in any case I press escape, we don't do that. Yeah, that's the difference between escape and enter. I want it to stop here, so enter it is, and then press enter to repeat again and make another one, enter to finish. If I want to join this smoothly, I don't use the fillet or the chamfer or an arc. Just come down here, select blend curves, and you can select continuity and control the tangency and all that. Select the first object, the second object, it will join them. Of course, you can select and erase that. Maybe go there for the tangent, select the continuity. For the smooth, select either tangent or smooth. Initially it was tangent, now let's change it to smooth and see what it does. Select this and it will be smooth. Select the blend curve again, select continuity and select tangent. Select this and then it will be something like this. That is just the difference. Depends on what you want. Now we are done with these three tools. We'll be talking more on them with some practical examples. Now remaining this tool and this tool here. I will talk on array modes later on, which is like a supercharged copy. Now this tool, which is called offset, which I will use like a billion times later on, it powers lies in its simplicity. It helps you create parallel copies of your object. I will select the offset command, which its command alias is just O. Just press O and you see offset, press enter. Now it is saying specify offset distance. I will just type my distance, let's say 300, and then press enter. And then I will select a line or any object. All I need to do is just give it a parallel direction, and I will just click. I will select. The original will always remain shadow, blue like this. I will click. I will select like this one. Click, point to direction and click. Select this one, point to direction, click. This as well. You get the point. Now it only does is parallel. Like you can't offset to this side or this side. It must be parallel to the original one. Even the spline one, in, out. You see what it does? Super useful. It works with polylines as well. Click, just give it a direction. It works with angle lines, with straight lines, with splines as you can see here, with polylines, with cycles, with arcs. Click, give it a direction, with ellipse, even with this big one. I will press escape to end that. Now this is the easiest command you will learn. All you have to do is just type RE for region. What region does is, in a case like this, you see these angle corners. This is just a light preview that AutoCAD is given to process the drawing faster. Region is just like refresh. This is not an angle line, this is a curve. Now I will just type RE, then press enter. You can see the place is just smooth out. When you have a cycle that is appearing curved with an angles, just type RE and region, the drawing. It will appear smooth as it should. Now we'll stop at that for the offset. I'll be showing you more of how to use it. Most people only know that with the offset command. Select it, give it a distance. It recalls the initial one, 300, which you can see near the dynamic input, or down here on the command line, 300. Just press enter to accept 300, or if you want to change it, maybe 50, and then enter. Continue selecting and making some changes. Now what most people don't know is when you select and before you click, you can override the number. Now it says 50. If I put 300 and then press enter, it will offset 300. Select it, click, it will be 50. Select, make it 700. Press enter, it will do that. I will press enter to end the command. We will stop at that for the offset. There is more to it, really more to it that I normally use. I will zoom back and pan. Now stretch is different. Stretch is special. Stretch is just the best. There is a reason I leave it at the last. And the command alias M, if I type M is for move. Once I type M, I can just press enter, select object and move them. I'll press the escape key. R is for redraw, which is more of the region command. The command alias for copy is CO, because C is for cycle. The command alias for R for rotate is not R, is RO, rotate. For trim is not T, because T is for text. Text is more important than trim. Maybe TR is the command alias for trim. But for S, if I type S, surprise, is not scale, is stretch. The command alias for scale is SC. Then you will see scale at the top. But for S, is our guy, stretch. Now, what's the difference between scale and stretch? Scale, I will select the rectangle command. I will click once, I will zoom in and make a rectangle of 100. Press the tab key, 300, and then press enter. Now what scale does, if I select scale, select the object, press enter, pick this point, and then twice that size. Scales only scales object proportionally, including the width and the height or the length. I will undo that. Now for stretch, lengthen or shorten an object, not proportionally but one side. Maybe I just want to shorten this. And what I mean by when I say stretch is different, because you don't select stretch and make your ordinary click selection or your ordinary window selection. It will not work. If I select stretch, this is a common beginner mistake, and you can't guess your way around with working with stretch. So I would advise to pay a little extra attention here. I will select stretch, I will select the object, press enter, and guess what it will do? It will move. I will click and it will move. We will follow it. I will select stretch again. Instead of clicking, I will use a window selection to select it. Press enter. Click, guess what it will do? It will again only move. We'll follow it. Now the only way to use stretch is not the clicking selection or the window selection, but the crossing window. Only this window can work with stretch. But even with that, I will select stretch. If you select the whole thing, even with that, and then press enter, pick a point, it will move. Let's say I want to stretch out only this side. What I will do is I will select stretch. I will click somewhere like here and then select this portion. It utilizes the crossing window selection. Here is what it does. Whatever is completely inside that green area, whatever point is within that green area, it will get stretched. And what it crosses, whatever is within that green area, will be moved. And the other that is cut will be stretched. I'll just click and then press enter. You can pick anywhere, but I will pick this midpoint and then I will point up. It works best to turn on your ortho mode. That way you can stretch it up any distance you want and then click. Scale can't do that. Scale will also lengthen this portion, the width. If I want to do the width one, I will have to click here and cross it like this. I'll zoom back maybe a little. You have to cross it like this. Those 2 points need to be in the green window and then click. Select stretch, maybe click here and then you can stretch it out like this. It might seem like a difficult tool and it might take you a little bit of time to master it, but it is worth the practice. Let's look at it some more. Let me make some shape. Let's say I have a shape like this. Perpendicular, click, escape, trim or fillet, maybe just trim. Now if I have a shape like this and click here, those points will be moved and from this point will be stretched. I will just click, select the stretch command and stretch it out. Ortho mode should be turned on because if it is turned off, it will skew like this and normally you don't want that. So it's better to turn on ortho mode or point tracking. I'll turn on ortho mode, point direction, input your value and then you'll get something like this. Now I'll press Ctrl Z to undo that. We made this selection. If I were to drag the selection here, all those points will move, but this point will remain. It will only stretch. I'll click here, stretch this, click on the point a direction, just like this. And you can now understand what I mean when I say if you make a selection like this, all those points will move because no other point is crossed like this that is left outside that will be stretched. Now if all of them are inside, so it only makes sense that they will move, but if they are not inside, they will stretch. I truly hope you understand this. Click once, those points are inside, those lines are crossed, so it only makes sense those points will move and those two lines will stretch. Lastly, click, those points are inside, click, stretch, click a point, stretch it out. Really important tool. A friend of mine once showed me something, probably find on TikTok or Instagram, I can't remember. It's like a person dancing, I think, and yeah, here is the quadrant command. I never thought we will talk on something important to something useless. Maybe I want to snap to this point. There is an O snap for it, which is if I click here, there is the quadrant option. I will check it and click outside. I will get this quadrant option, which is at 90 degrees to a cycle. A cycle only has 4 quadrants. O snap. I will snap to this one, put it down. I will turn off ortho mode. This is nothing serious, it's just something. I will mirror this one, turn on the ortho mode, maybe I will point up. No, and then maybe I will copy these guys up to the midpoint. And then I might have to break this again. Something very important. This is one line. If I want to break this line, which many times you might want to do that, you don't have to trim. and then make another line. Sure, that's okay. I get what I want. Separate lines, this line, this line. But I will undo that. You don't have to do that. There is a command for breaking things, breaking lines, which is on the modify panel slide out. I will click down here, and there is the break command, not the first one, the break at point. Select it. Select the object you want to break. I will select it, and then select the point you want the break to happen. I will click here. Simple tool. Now the line is broken into two parts, this and this. If you master this stretch, you can make a lot of fun things. I'll just make the selection, press escape, maybe pick a point, turn off the auto mode. Maybe you will be a fat guy dancing or something like this. But we don't copy, let's be creative. Found I can delete these lines and then maybe make something like this. Turn on the auto mode. We point this guy up. Where are you? Maybe make a cycle, a big one, and we'll move it up. I will select this and I will mirror it to the other side. Now I will select all this. I will move it down here. Can select these guys together with this one and mirror it to the side. And here is when the cursor is important. I don't want the cursor selection to touch his head. I want it like this and make this selection. And I will click and I will make this selection. Guess what will happen if I stretch? So I stretch, I will click once, and our guy is exercising. Nice. I had to do that. If you master stretch, you can do something very, very important or something not that much important like this. Now, sometimes you might have a gap and you might want to join them like this. This is a line, this is a line. Now, to join these two, it's a beginner mistake to select line and join them end to end point. Then you have three lines. I'll press the escape key, select the middle one and erase it. What you need is the join command. Click this slide out. There is the join command, join. Just click it, select the object you want to join, this one and this one, then press enter and you will join. And guess what? It will be one line. I'll press Ctrl Z on that. This is where you will appreciate the alias. Instead of coming here, selecting join and selecting the object, you can just select the object and just type J on your keyboard. There you see the join command and then press enter. And there you have it, same result. Now there are some couple of rules to this join which will drive you crazy if you don't know them. Because one, I'll press Ctrl Z to dejoin them. The lines must be collinear, meaning they must be on a same straight line. If I were to select this, select move and move it up even by 0.00001, it's no longer collinear. If I select it and select this one, type J for join, press enter, it will never join because they are not collinear. If I select a line and draw right past that and click here, if we continue zooming, we might reach a point that, wow, AutoCAD is just deadly precise. Look at the size of 0.0001. You can tell they are not collinear. That is why they will not join. So, first rule, they must be collinear before they join. The second rule, they must coincide, meaning they must share a common vertex at a corner. I will select the line, click here, point out and click. Now these are two separate lines. If I want to join them, This is the point of the coincident I'm talking about. They must share the same point. If I click here and here and type J and then press enter, it is now one object. I'll press Ctrl Z and now they are separate objects. If they are not, I will select this line and move it down like with 100, enter, and then select this line and this line, type J, enter. They will not join. They have to coincide with each other. They have to share a common endpoint. Mostly they will be collinear most of the time. The complications come when this guy comes in, polyline. If I make a polyline, select the polyline again, I will just track, make sure I'm on the same linear line. Unlike the line, if polyline like this, like you can tell, polyline, this also a polyline. If you select them, this and this, type J, press enter, they will never join because polyline are just lazy. They have to join. They have to physically join, meaning you must move it for the polyline, and then only when they are joined that polyline, that the join command can join two or more polylines. Meaning this is a separate polyline, this is also a separate polyline. So if I were to select them both and then press type J, press enter, then it will join. In short, lines can have gaps. It doesn't matter how large the gap is, as long as they are collinear, they will join polyline. If they have even the tiniest gap, they will never join. They have to be physically joined with the host now, endpoint to endpoint, and then you can join them. Polylines can't have a gap. The join command is the only command in the world of AutoCAD that can turn an arc to a cycle. It's the only command. Now this is an arc, remember moments ago or some couple hours ago when we break this. If I were to select the arc, type J, press enter, I get this option, close. I can close it. That is the only command that can turn an arc to a cycle. I will zoom back. It also joins arcs with each other, but the rule for the arcs is they must share the same center point. Meaning, to demonstrate that for you, I have to show you another tool. We already talked about the break at point command, but there is a command called break. All it does is you select a line and then the first place you picked when you select the line will default to your first point. If you want to override that, just select first point. Maybe you want it to start at this point and then end at this point. You can tell the break command is like a trim. It's just that the break command even works on ellipse or cycles like this. Select the break or easily press enter to repeat the break command. Let's find some cycle. Yeah, select the cycle and you can break it. Trim can't do that. Like smooth like this. To do that with trim, you must use maybe some lines, which you can tell already is a long process because you have to make the line trim and then erase the lines. This is what I'm talking about. The rule for joining arcs is they must share the same center point and they must be concentric. Now if I select this arc and this arc, click the slide out and select join, then it will join. Select it again, join, enter, and then if I decide to close it, it will then close. For arcs, they must be concentric, share the same center. For polylines, they must join, but they can never have gaps. For lines, they must be collinear or share the same endpoint. You can check it up more on the online or offline help. Now the last command I will show you is the lengthen command. I will select lengthen. What it does is it just lengthens your object. Yeah, I was waiting for this one. when you have an options in a bracket, the default one will be in the alligator bracket as always. But what if both of them start with D, like this one delta and the other one dynamic? You can see AutoCAD differentiate by, if you mean delta, just type DE and then press enter. You don't have to come down here and click. If you want to choose dynamic, just type DY and then you will go into dynamic option. Or if you want the delta is already the default, so you don't even have to type anything. Just press enter to accept the delta, and then I will give a value, let's say 300, and then I'll press enter. If I come to this line, it will extend 300. This one, it will extend 300. You can tell it's like extend, but where are you? But instead of extend that needs a boundary, lengthen doesn't need. You can continue lengthening objects by adding values to them. We will talk more on it later on. I will stop at this. Now you use these tools to modify what you draw. Now there are more ways to modify objects in AutoCAD. AutoCAD gives you 4 ways to edit objects. The first one is the command first editing. The formal term, verb noun editing, meaning you have to specify the action first, then the noun, which is the object. So verb, noun, action, object, then press enter, and then you move. Not all programs support this, but AutoCAD does. Now this is the primarily way of doing things in AutoCAD. You might notice sometimes I didn't use that. Sometimes I use the noun verb method of modifying object, meaning I first select the object and then I select the action. Same result, but just be sure selecting the action first is the default, is the primarily way of doing things, and some tools you must first use the action before selecting the object. Now the other one is grip editing, which is light editing, but with something like array, this command, or text, or with some dimension. If you want to make a little change with dimension, you can't afford to not use grip editing, which is when you select object like a cycle. Cycle has only 4 grips on its circumference and 1 at the center. If you select any one of this, just hover over it, it will tell you the radius. All of them, that is what they will do. Now if you hover over it, at the time it tells you the radius, the grip becomes pink. When you click it, it now becomes hot, it becomes red, a hot grip as it is called. And with that, you can stretch the cycle, as you can read from the command line. This is grip editing. Once you see that red marker, right click. You have more options to that grip. You can move it with reference to that endpoint or that quadrant. Select the grip again, right click. You can scale it. Select the grip, right click. You get the point. You can mirror it to the side. Now when you hover over the grip and click it, right now you can see we are on the stretch. You can press enter or use the space key on your keyboard because it's much larger and more convenient. I will press it once. It switches to move with reference to this grip. I will turn off auto mode. I will press spacebar again. It's now on to rotate. Press it again. It's now to scale. Now notice the cursor. You see the badge. Another type of cursor I want to show you. You can tell this is the scale icon. Press space again. You are back to stretch. Press space. This is the move. Press. This is the rotate. Press scale, and mirror doesn't show. Stretch also doesn't show. But that's okay. You can read from here to see which mode you are in. and you can use that and make your modification. For the center one, you can select it as well and make your modifications from that. Now that's it about the cycle. With the line, if you want to know the length of the line, I normally use this. If I select a line, I get 2 grips. When I hover over the middle one, I can easily move it or rotate it or anything, but just clicking it and making it a hot grip, I can directly move it. But when I hover over the endpoint, I can get dimensions and an angle. Like for this one, in this case, when I hover over it, I'll zoom back, I can see the length and I can see the angle. And when the grip is pink, I can hover over this guy and lengthen it. Lengthen means you are adding to the value, and stretch means you are stretching the whole length. Now, a common mistake is when you want to use one of them, once you see the pink and you try to go elsewhere, they will all go away. If you want to quickly come to it, and then it won't go away. Now, for a polyline, you get, I'll just make it like this. If you select a polyline at the middle, you get this rectangular grip. Same with lines, you get something, but you can add a vertex. Add a vertex, click, hover over the middle one, you can add a vertex there as well. Click, meaning adding a point. But this is specific to only polyline. If you hover over the rectangular grip, you can convert it to an arc. Convert to an arc. Or convert an arc to a line. Instead of hovering here, you can just select it, right click, and you will get the same option, convert line. Now, really handy tool for making modification. This is grip editing. The last one is using the properties palette. You can open it by just typing PR, press enter. You get the properties palette. I will close it. Not just PR. If you come to the properties panel and click this dialog box launcher, you will see it, properties palette. Or when you select an object and then right click, you will see it, properties. Now, properties palette is really important. You might want to consider turning it on all the time. I'll press the escape key. Now there is no selection, else you will see the name here. It is divided into tabs. Normally it's not docked like this. You can drag it inside. This is what you are likely to be seeing, but you can dock it to left or right or anywhere by coming and clicking here, or just right clicking anywhere on this side. You can anchor it to the left like this, but notice it disappears. That's because I turn on auto hide. You can click here, and then even if I come here, it will stay like this. The thing is, it takes up a lot of space. That's why you might want to consider hiding it when you don't want it. So when you click here, it will go away. But once you need it, all you have to do is just come and touch it, and then it will appear. I will unhide it, and what it does is when I select this, I can tell it's a polyline. The rollover tooltip tells me a little of its properties. It tells me its color is by layer. We are coming to layers very soon. It's on layer 0, and line type is by layer. If I select it, the properties tell me this is a polyline. It gives me all the details, its length, its area, its everything. I will deselect that. If I select, say, this cycle, I can change the radius or the diameter to my choosing. Let's say I just want it to be 3000 diameter instead of all this irregular number with somehow decimal point. I will then press enter. And now this is a cycle of this property. You can change anything about an object that can be modified. You can change it on the properties palette. Same thing with an arc. If I select this arc, I can see the radius, I can change the radius, I can change its color. Maybe if I click here, I want it to be red, it will be red. This line, I just want you to be blue. You have no choice but to be blue. Press the escape key. And when, like this, if I select ellipse, it will tell me, is this a spline? Really? This an ellipse. Yeah. If I select this, it's an ellipse. You can change the minor and major axis, whatever. You get the point. You can change anything. And what I want to point is when you have more object selected. Like for this, if I select it's an ellipse, escape. If I select this, it's a circle, okay. Lastly, if I select this, it's an arc, okay. But what if I select a cycle and an arc? It will just say 2 objects selected. I can click here and select whichever one I want. But it will only show me the general properties. However, if I select multiple objects, say a cycle with another cycle, meaning 2 cycles, it will show me their radius varies like this. It will only show me the common property they share, like they share the same color, they share the same layer, they share the same all this. If I were to change this color to say cyan, and I select this cycle with this one, their color varies, which is very true. If you want to make them the same thing, then you have to click and make them both cyan, and now it will read cyan because they all share the same property. Now we will be working with it as we go along. And when you want an object to share the same property, you can use the match property. You can see it is as big as the line command because it's quite useful. Select match property. All you need is to select the source object as it is prompting us here. Select source object. Think of it like a brush and a bucket of paint. You first put the brush in the bucket. Like in this case, this is the source. We get the paint, and then you can paint it over everything you want. With this property, you can put it this one or to this one, or you can use your window selection. Select this, and they will share all this. If you want to end the command, escape, select match property, copy the properties of this, take it to some objects, match properties. Now, for this one, it's very important, and I see a lot of people misusing it. I will show you how they work when we get into layers. We will get into more tools like the annotation layers and block and properties and everything as we are working on our drawings. For now, that's it about AutoCAD 101, and let's put all we've learned into a practice. I will close the palette, make sure to save your drawing, and then I will close this one. We are back here and we are on to the next chapter. Up to this point, you've learned the tools. Now it's time to put them to work. In this chapter, we will draw some of the most common 2D drawings you will come across, from mechanical parts to isometric drawings and everything in between. But this chapter isn't really about copying the drawings I show you. It's about understanding the methods behind them. You will learn different approaches to solving the same drawing problem, so that when you come across a new shape you've never seen before, you will know exactly how to tackle it. Along the way, you will learn how to organize your drawings with layers at proper dimensions, export images for sharing or presentation, and even explore a few simple ways to turn some of these 2D drawings into 3D models. By the end of this chapter, you will have all the knowledge and techniques you need to confidently draw almost anything you can imagine. And we are starting with units. Browse template, and then I'll be using millimeters. Now we are doing real things. I will select AutoCAD ISO for millimeters. If you're using inches or feet, select this one. I'll be guiding you. Just click on open. Now this is drawing 1. Let's first save our drawing. I'll come up here and click on save. Navigate to your AutoCAD beginner course. Make sure you are there. Click on the name and give it, let's say, popular 2D drawings, and then click on save. Now, if you want to do anything sensible in AutoCAD, you might want to consider setting your unit. Up until now, we've just been inputting values. And when you are typing number, you should know what are you typing. Is it kilometers, meters, or feet? To do that, you see most of people just type in UN and then press enter. And then you will get this drawing units. But that's confusing for a beginner. Where does this come from? It comes from the application menu, drawing utilities. There is unit. Click it. You get the same thing. Now for the length, because we choose AutoCAD ISO template, it will default to millimeters. Decimal with this precision. If you check AutoCAD, it will be architectural, and here will be inches. Just like this. And that's it. Just click on OK. But if you are with me with the millimeters, simply select decimal. For the precision, we will just go with 0. For the insertion scale, we'll take it to millimeters. Now, architectural are based on feet and inches and use fractions to represent inches less than 1. Engineering is also feet and inches, but instead of fractions, you use decimals. For architectural, you use fractions. That's just it. For decimal is unitless. Your decimal can mean millimeters, your decimal can mean feet and inches. It could even be a unit of your choosing. I can talk about this for 2 hours, but I'll cut it down to 2 minutes. That's it about drawing units. You don't have to change anything. When you come here, all you will need to change is your type, your precision, and then your insertion scale. That's it. Quickly get out of here. And then for the type, make sure you're using decimal degrees. Precision is 0. That's it. We'll just click on OK. Now, what a beginner doesn't know in 2D drawings is the imaginary techniques that's been done in the background to help visualize the drawing. We will start by making this one. It might be tempting, but don't worry, I'll be showing you the technique. All you need to make this is look at the reference. We have a line of 210 at an angle of 30. That's all we need to make. Select line, click anywhere, click once, point to a direction, 210, press the tab key and type 30 degrees and then press enter. Press enter again to end that command. And we are as good as finished. Now I see 2 cycles. The first one is 40 radius. The second one is 20 radius. Click the drop down, make sure you select center radius. Click this endpoint, type 40, enter, select, click 20, enter. This one has an offset cycle of 20 and this one 40. Offset, like we've done before, we've been putting the value, but there is this true option. Select true, select this point this way and just type 20, enter. Select this one, point to this direction, 40, press the enter key, and now you have this kind of an arc which says 75 radius, which you can create easily with the fillet command. Select fillet, radius 75, enter. Now the radius is tangent to this 2 cycles, so we might want to consider turning on the tangent snap, because right now it is turned off. Turn on the tangent, click away, select this tangent and this, and then you will get this curve. Now the last one is 180 radius. Now you might think fillet will work. Select fillet, radius 180, enter, click click here, click this one. It will give you something like this, which is totally not what we want. Click here, select turn radius, select this tangent and this tangent, and then specify radius 180 and then press enter. You will get something like this, which is exactly what we want. This is correct, it's not at the position we want. So select and erase it. Now all we are left with is a bunch of trimming. Select trim, select this portion of the line, we get this. Select this line and this line, this one and this one, and then press the escape key. That's it. We are done with this one. Up to the next one. Let's make this. As you can see, we have two cycles at the top. Let's make them. The first one is 30 diameter. Look at the sign, it's not R for radius, it's diameter. And then 40 diameter. Let's make that. Click the down arrow, center diameter, click once, point 30 diameter, select it again, hover over the edge, we get the center mark, click, point outside, and 40 diameter. Now it's tiny to this one, so we have to zoom in using our mouse wheel, and then if we add up that number 45 plus 20, it will be 65. So from 65 we get the other cycle. Select this tool, select copy, hover over the edge, you will get the center mark. Click it, point to this direction, make sure your auto mode is turned on, point to this direction and type 65 and then press enter. Press enter again to end the command. I will pan a little, and then 20 units from the center of this cycle downwards, we can make the cycles and all of each component down here. So it is 20 units from the center of this cycle, 100 units downwards. Select line, this quadrant, point downwards, 100 units, and then press enter again. Now it has two cycles that are obvious and a third cycle that is imaginary that helps make those 4 cycles. Let's start with the two main ones. The big one is 55 diameter and the other one 20 diameter. Select the diameter, click, and 55 diameter, press enter. The other one, click, 20 diameter. Now the imaginary one, my battery is always running low. I'll be back again. Just don't always forget to save, and for now I will close it. I'm back and let's continue. I will just double click, and then there is a guide cycle that is used to make those 4 cycles. The cycle, let's make it 38 diameter. Click the drop down, center diameter, hover over this edge, go to the center mark, point 38 and then press enter. Now just like the first drawing, it has some tangent cycles, 2 of them, the one at the top with 20 radius and one at the left with 98 radius. Let's make them. Click the drop down, turn radius, tangent of here and tangent of here, and 20 radius. Press enter. Select trim, and I'll trim that portion, and I'll press the escape key. Now for the other one, turn radius, I'll click here and I will click here and I will type 98 and then I'll press enter. I'll select the trim and trim this portion, then I'll press the escape key. Now for this one, this is where you would appreciate tangent instead of quadrant. I'll come down here and uncheck tangent, leaving me with only quadrant. I will click away. I will select line, click on this quadrant. I will turn off the auto mode and then click on this quadrant and then I'll press enter. Now what you might find is when I zoom, it doesn't create a seamless connection. Even at the down one, I'm not expecting it to. Even this one is not a seamless connection. Unless you have cycles like this, only then you will consider using the quadrant to make a seamless connection. Because like this, they directly flow. But as long as they are on different angles, don't use quadrant. I will select that line and erase it. This one as well, erase it. Turn on the tangent, click away, or I will undo that. I will leave the line. I will select my line, and this object snaps that are checked are running or snap, meaning they are always turned on. Momentarily, you can override them with override object snap, meaning at any specified first point or something similar, I can always hold down the shift key and then right click, and I will always get this additional object snaps. They are all the same with these ones, but there are some additional options like the mid between 2 points, which I will be using a lot. It's my favorite of all the object snaps. For now, I didn't turn on tangent yet, so I will click it here to override everything. I will select tangent, I will click here, and then it will only give me the endpoint and the quadrant because it isn't checked here. So I will again hold down the shift key and then right click and select tangent here. Then I will get the tangent or snap. You can see its marker right there. So I will just click and then press the escape key. Now let's see the difference. Now do you see it? It flows with the cycle. But for this one, it just intersected or just bisected, which we don't really like. Here as well, it just cut it, but this one flows. That's exactly what I meant. So select the first one. You can zoom all the way. Select the first one and erase it, leaving us with this fine 2D component. To make the center line isn't really something hard. Just come to the annotate tab, the center line, select the bigger cycle, select the bigger one, select the bigger one, press the escape key, select this line and delete it. Go back to the home tab, let's pan and let's draw the next component. Now this might look a bit overwhelming, but it's really not. It's just only dimensioning. And here's one trick. What you want to look first is where at least 2 or more objects align to a center line. Just like the first one, we look at where 2 objects align. We draw the first one, then we copy the second one, which is what we'll do with this one. We will start with drawing this line, which is 58 units, and start with the left side. So select line, we'll pan, we don't want to see you. I will click here once, point to this direction. You can turn on ortho mode instead of always coming back and clicking it. There's a shortcut for it, and because of how important the tools on the status bar are, the 12 function keys on your keyboard are assigned to the tools on the status bar. If I hover over the ortho mode, you can see in the bracket F8. Well, just press F8 on your keyboard. For me, it's not doing anything. Just like when I hover over F3 or snap, you can see it reads F3, and when I press F3, it is just increasing my system volume. To some people, it might work directly, but if yours works just like mine, it's okay. Just beside the control key on your keyboard, hold down the function key and then press function key lock wherever it is located on your keyboard. You will just see FN lock. Just press it. Just like the caps key, it has a little LED light on it and it will be turned on. So now when I press F3 auto mode will be turned off and on, and our guy auto mode F8, when I press F8 now, it will turn on and off. So press F8 to turn it on. I will zoom to this direction and type 58 and then press enter again. Now I will zoom in a little and then pan. Now from the left 10 units right, we got 2 concentric cycles with a radius of 4 for the inner ones and 7 for the outer ones. Click the flyout, center radius, click here once, type 4, press enter, select center radius again, click the center, point 7, press enter. From the center, they are 10 units away from these 2 concentric cycles, just like this. So select these 2 cycles, move, with your auto mode turn on, click. I always make this mistake. I don't want to move it. I want to copy. I will click on copy. Click once, select it again, press enter. Click once, point to this direction, type 10, and then press enter again to finish. I have a shortcut for doing that, so I won't show it here because I'll be showing it in my shortcut later in the end of the video. Now this is the case where you want to use the quadrant. I will select line. I will click here, and then I will click here, press enter. I will select the line, I will select copy, I will click once, come here down, and click here, and then press the escape key. Now select the trim, I will zoom in a little, click this part of the line, here and here, and then press the escape key. Even though we get a nice leaf, select those 2 lines, and erase them. Select line, quadrant to quadrant, press the escape key, select line, copy, pick here as the base point, and down here as the base point, and then press the escape key. Select trim here, here, and here, and then press the escape key. I will zoom back to see the whole line and pan a little. Now from the right 20 units left, we got 2 cycles. Notice the symbol 11 diameter, not R for radius. 11 diameter for the inner one and 17 diameter for the outer one. Let's make that. Click on the flyout, center diameter, and use your O track, this guy. Make sure it is turned on. Hover over this endpoint. Point to this direction. You can see endpoint, it is reading like this. We don't want to wait to 23. Just type 23 and then press enter. The center will start 23 from here to the center. So if I were to point to this direction, you will see the unit is exactly 23. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, don't worry. Point to this direction and start with the inner one, which is 11. Press enter. Select center diameter again. Hover over the circumference to get our center mark. Click once, point out 17 diameter, and then press enter. What I did with that tracking is just, instead of using line, click here once, point to this direction, and you can see I will click here. I just track to eliminate the need for this line. Now if I hover over here, you can see the length is 23, meaning I just track 23 to the left and start drawing the cycle. Or you can start drawing the cycle exactly here. When you finish drawing both of them, select move, and move them 20 units to the right. All is okay, but I think this is just a little bit faster. Now let's keep going. Now exactly at the end of the 58 unit guideline, we have 2 cycles. One is 8 radius and the other one is 4 radius. Let's make that. Not diameter, click the drop down, select center radius. Click here once, point to this direction, 4, press enter, select it again, endpoint, point to this direction, 8 radius, and then press enter. Now to make this part of this component, we have to draw that 40 degree guideline. So I will select line. It starts from the center. So there is the center. Click it once and come down and turn on polar tracking instead of auto mode. Shortcut for polar tracking is F10. You can just press that, but I will advise to at least get used to the icons since we are all beginners. I will click here, point to this direction. I just want the line to be at a reasonable length. Visually, not like this, at least a little far. It is now at 45 degrees. We don't want that. We don't care much about the length here, only to be at 40 degrees. So I'll just press the tab key to override the angle and just type 40 and then press enter. And that's it. When I select the line and hover over the endpoint, you can see it is at 40 degrees. I'll press the escape key. But this alone is not enough for us to create the other part. Notice, to get the center, we need to draw the cycle, which shares the same center with these guys from here to here. Select center radius, click at this endpoint, and click at this endpoint. Now we get the intersection. Select this, copy, pick this endpoint, copy it to this intersection, and just click, press the escape key. Now let's break this line. If we are considering making it a guideline that stops here and visually here. Do you remember the command? Yes. Modify layout, break, click it. It works counterclockwise, remember? So I will click somewhere like here. Here will be the first point. I will follow it, or just from there, just come here. It doesn't matter. And then, because this is nothing precise, we don't need the object snap. So press F3 to turn them off, or just click here to turn them off for the moment, because when I click, they will just snap to the quadrant. And I just want it somewhere close like here. Just click, we break it. Let's continue. Now you will notice to achieve this curve, we don't have any given radius. That's because we don't need it. Select center radius, click the center. Yep, we forgot our snap. Turn it back on. Click here, endpoint or intersection or center, whatever it shows, it is correct. Click, point to this direction and click on this quadrant. Click it once. Center radius, click there again and click on this quadrant. Before it feels too overwhelming for you, let's trim. Select trim, select this portion, click on this portion, press the escape key. You will be left with this part. Select it and erase it. Trim again, this portion and this portion. Press the escape key. Select the cycle, erase it. Trim this portion and this portion. Press the escape key. Now select center radius, click the center, this quadrant, and click. Select trim again. We only want it to stop here, so I will trim this portion and trim this portion, and then press the escape key. Select this cycle or right click and erase it. Now look at the inner one. It's just clean. The other part of the cycle are trimmed away. Let's do that. Trim this and this, this and this. I will zoom in a little. This one and this one. Don't trim the outer one yet. Only inside here. This one and this one, and we will be left with our leaf intersection. Simply select those two arcs and erase them. I just double click on my mouse wheel by mistake. I will pan back and zoom back right in. Now don't trim this two yet. Let's make the other cycle at the top. Notice exactly 23 units straight up. Now for the two cycles at the top, from here, meaning from this line to this line, we get 18 units. Let's make that with a common command we already know. Offset 18, just type 18 on your keyboard, press enter, We'll select the line, point up, and just click, then press the escape key. But this isn't enough to get the intersection from which we will draw our cycle, meaning this intersection. We need a vertical line, and that vertical line is exactly 7.5 from the center, from here to here, 7.5. So you can decide to select line, click, point up, make sure if you're using polar, it is at 90 degrees, and you are on the green dotted vector line. I will click and then press the escape key. I will select offset 7.5, press enter. Select the line, point to this direction, and just click. I don't need this, it's just a guide. I will select it, right click, and erase it. I'm only concerned with this intersection, which is this one. We have two cycles. Remember, the symbol is very important. 7 diameter for the inner one, 16 diameter for the outer one. This is center radius, so fly out center diameter, click the intersection, 7 diameter, click center diameter again, point to a direction, 16 diameter, and then press enter, and then we get this. We no longer need these two lines. We can select them, and click, and erase them. Now, to make the arc here, which is radius of 17 degrees, we'll just click the fly out, tan radius tangent of here and here. For the radius, type 17 and then press enter. Select trim, and trim either here or here, both will give you the same result. Don't touch this one, it's the one we want to keep. Trim that, press the escape key. We need another cycle here, and the radius isn't given to us, which might be an error from me perhaps. This is the importance of dimensioning. Only one dimension is missing, and it is about to hold up our whole drawing. So always dimension, well, recheck, and recheck. We are coming to dimension in just a moment. For now, since this isn't very serious of a project, I will just give my desired radius. So tan radius, click here, and I will try it and then press enter. I will select trim and then trim this portion, press the escape key. That's why we didn't trim this portion, because we might lose this part, and we need it to make the tangent cycle here. Lastly, at the bottom, we need to create one more cycle. You might not see it, but there are two cycles here. One that goes like this, and the other one just like this. Let's make this one with 13 radius. Click the fly out, center radius, click here, 13, and this reminds me, before I click, the input tooltip right now is showing 13. I will advise to not just click, instead just type it, because it might be a little decimal point away. Now if I select that cycle and then click here, yes, I can see the radius is 13, but sometimes you will get some errors. Just try to not get into the habit of clicking like this. Always input your own values. Now I will close the palette, delete the cycle, do it again. I'd rather do it again. Click here, point out, type my 13, and then press enter. And now we are as good as done. Select line. First, I will make sure I turn on tangent, and it's doing this weird thing that is not giving me the tangent. So I will hold down the shift key and then right click and select tangent. I will click here and check our drawing. It snaps right to that endpoint, and click on this endpoint and then press the escape key. Now to make the arc here, let's check the radius of the arc or of the cycle, which is 5 radius. Now click the down arrow, turn radius, tangent here, then 5, and then press enter. Select trim this portion. To clean up the rest, trim here, and then trim here, press the escape key, select this remaining arc, this, and then erase it. And we are done with our component. I will select this line. If you like, you can erase it. Annotate, center mark, select the bigger one, the bigger one, the bigger one, bigger one, the bigger one. Press the escape key. Now, just a quick trick. There isn't like a standard method of drawing components. First, they just need to be precise, and second, you just use the method that will be less time consuming. Now, another person or even myself, I might not do it using the same method. Maybe I will even start with a rectangle here. What I mean, I know if I select this, hover over the end, I see 4. I know the radius is 4, and I know the distance here is 10. So a rectangle of length of 10, press the tab key, and because this is a radius, the 4 is the radius, so it is from here up here is 4, so it will be 8, and then 8, and then press the enter key. I will select the rectangle, come over here, convert to arc. I will convert it to arc, and then I will put straight up or down, and then I will click. Same for this one, convert to arc. I will point down and click. Guess what I will do next? I will offset distance from here to here. Now looking at the drawing, the difference is just 3 if I minus 4 radius from 7 radius. So I will select offset and type 3 and then press enter. I will select this, I will point out, and I will click. I get the same result much faster. Even when I come here, maybe once I get the cycle, I can decide to use offset, true option, select the cycle, click here, select it again, click here, select it again, click here. I get the same thing. I can do this whole thing in less than 2 minutes or so if I want. So even now there are more I can show you with this, but that will just be taking a lot of time. Don't worry, I'll be sharing a lot of tricks as we go along. So I will select this and delete them. Let's get on to some gears, shall we? And then we have this. It might look simple, but this is the hardest gear to make. And once you master this, you can draw this, this, and this in less than 3 minutes. So let's focus on this. Now to make this, we have a lot of dimension, a lot of guide. We'll first start with the biggest cycle, which happens to be just a reference line. This cycle that goes all around. Let's make that, which is 15 radius. Click the flyout, center radius, click once, point 15 radius. Then we got this cycle, the second cycle, which is all this one, which happens to be 12.98. We don't care, we'll just use 13. Hover over the edge, center radius, click once, 13, press enter. The next one is the cycle, which is 10 radius. Click, point out, 10 radius. We can stop at that and first create one gear because that's all we need. But before that, I forgot to make these 4 cycles. They are 12 diameter each. So I will pan to this side of the drawing. Select center diameter. Click once, 12 diameter, and then press enter. We can go around and select it, copy, click here, 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 and here, and we get our desired result. Or I will delete this. We can select this. There is array, but we don't want a rectangular array. We want a polar array. So click the flyout, select polar. Mind you, I first selected the cycle, then I select polar array. Now AutoCAD is saying specify center point of array. This is the center point. It's default to 6 or 4 or the last value we've used. I will change the item number to 4. For the associative, you can, by default it is turned on, but you can turn it off for now. I will click on close, and then we get the same result. Don't worry, you'll understand this right here. Now back to this, let's just make one. We will be making particularly this one, which if I zoom right there, you will see 0.6 offset from the center, meaning 0.3 on each side. Let's do that. I will select line, I will over here, I will click here once, point outside and just click. Don't worry with the distance. Select offset 0.3, press enter. Select this line up, select the down one, down. Now this is not the outer boundary because this is the cycle we have as our outer one, but there is another cycle which is this one. There is another cycle here which the radius will be bigger than this one, of course 15. So I don't see it here, but it should be. I'll be using a bigger value for this 18 radius. Let's make that. Click the down arrow, center radius, hover over the cycle once you see the center mark. So I'll click there, point outside 18, and then press enter. Now we get this portion, but to get this, because this is not a line or one arc, it is two, because this is not a straight line. So to achieve this, we have this 7 degrees. Let's see how we go about that. Half of 7 degrees, I'll come to my calculator, I'll click it there once, 7 divided by 2, which is equal to 3.5. I will drag the panel down or anywhere in the drawing area. I will select line, zoom in, click on the center on the endpoint, point to this direction. I will press the tab key and type the value 3.5. In case the value is something more complicated, this is how you will do it. Of course, this is simple math. 3.5 and then press enter. Now the line will be 3.5. I will select it and then I will mirror it. This is what we want, so I will click here, point to this direction, make sure I'm on the green dotted vector and click, and then it says object, no. And now if I were to check the angle by coming to the annotation tab, you can click here, there is angular, select this line and this line, and then you will see it is 7 degrees. So I will select the dimension, we are coming to that, and erase that, and then close this palette. Now let's continue making it. For now I can select the center line and erase it, and it will be too long, so I will reduce the radius of this cycle. To do that, I will select the cycle, either click here or right click, properties. From 18 radius I will take it down to 17 and then press enter, and then press the escape key to deselect that. I can close the palette, and now click the drop down from arc, select 3 point, zoom in, the start should be here, the second point should be here, and the third point should be here. If you want to do that again, select 3 point, first, second, third, and that's all we need. I will select this line, this one, this one, this one, right click and erase them. If we zoom right in, we can see there is a radius, there is some curve right there, as little as 0.5 radius. Select fillet, select the radius option and type 0.5 and then press enter. Select this and select this. Select fillet again, select this and then select this. Now select the trim option and trim the cycle. Press the escape key. Now select trim here as well. Now select this arc, this, and lastly this one. We got them selected. Select polar array and then hover over, click the center point. Now all we need is just to put our values, which in this case would be 20, and then press enter. If you want more values, you can always put that. Maybe you want 30, they will be too tight. Maybe you want 10, they will be too spaced out. 20 seems to be the right number, or 21. You can experiment and then uncheck associative and then close array. All the spaces are trimmed away like this one. Now if you want to go around and be trimming like this 20 times, or in some cases if you have 40, well, be my guest. But for now we are not going to do that, so I'll press escape and undo all of that. What we'll do instead is we only need one arc right here. What I mean is I'll select trim and trim this portion. All we need is this only one arc. Since we have it right now, I can select the rest of this cycle and erase it. And it's looking weird like this, but that's okay. I will select the arc because it was part of a cycle, not a line. Some people go around and erase this and put a polyline or spline. That is highly unnecessary because when you come to dimensioning, line or spline are not defined by radius. So just trim, select the arc, select polar array, hover, select the center point, and put the same value you put for these ones. I will type 20 and then I'll press enter, and you can see them, they are all in place except for this guy. But if you were to put a value that isn't up to that or that is more than that, let's say even 19, it will be off, or 22, it will still be off. So 20 it is, and then press enter and I will close. Where was it? It is gone because it should be. Now we are done with this one. That was simple. Drawing gears was hard. Making only one was the only hardest thing about making gears. And now to make the inner part, all we have to do is just make this cycle of 5 radius and the inner cycle of half the radius, which is 2.5 radius. Center radius, click once, 5, enter, center radius, click 2 point, not comma, I mistakenly type comma, I'd rather press escape, select it, click once, 2.5, and then press enter. And now there is a little shape up here that was trimmed, this one, which is 3.1 unit from here to the top portion of the object. We can click here to start a line, click here, select offset, type 3.1, press enter, select it, point up and click. And then what is the width of the portion? That will be 1.2, meaning 0.6 on each side from the center. So I will select line, click there once, click at the perpendicular, press enter, select offset 0.6, enter, select this direction, click, this direction, click, select fillet, select this line, it will give you a curve or anything, just hold down the shift key to get a perfect corner, press enter again to repeat the fillet command, select this line, hold down the shift key, select this line. You will be left with some gap, so you might need to click here, select extend, extend this line and extend this line. We don't want this one, so hold down the shift key, trim it, holding down the shift key again, click here and zoom back. We don't want this, so select it and erase it. Now to make the rest of the 2D gears like this one, the outer one is 48 diameter. We'll click once, 48 diameter, and then we have this one which is 20 radius and the inner one 26 diameter, which is really confusing. 20 radius, 26 diameter. Let's start with the radius one. 20 radius, 20, and then for the diameter 26 diameter, and then for the inner one 18 diameter. So diameter, click in the center 18 and then press enter. Now all we need is to know the spacing between this, which is 6. Half of that is 3, so let's make that. Select line, click, point up and click. Select line again, click here, go into this direction and click, select offset. All we need is to make half of it, so I will just type 3, press enter, offset 1 here, offset 1 here, press the escape key. Now there is a radius here which is 1, fillet radius 1, enter. We want to do it 4 times, so select the multiple option, select this line and this line to get this radius, this and this to get the radius, this and this and this. Now select this line and erase it. Select trim, trim this portion of the line. To make this from here to here is 11 and the width is 3. We'll select line, make it quadrant to quadrant, offset it up by 11, enter, click, point up and click, select line from the quadrant to the perpendicular or the midpoint, click, and then offset it 1.5 to the sides, click it, 1 here, 1 here, select the middle one, erase it, select fillet, click this line, hold down the shift key, select this one, select fillet again, this and this, and that's it. Select extend this and this, hold down the shift key and trim this portion. Now all you need to do is select this one again and erase it. Once you get something like this, you are as good as done, because all you need to do is just make sure you select one item you want to copy multiple times. So I will click somewhere like here and select this, do window selection. You see how the window selection is now useful, because if I were to use a crossing, it will select everything. But with the window, I can select this. Don't select that line, just this. Polar array, select the center, 4, type 4 here, and then press enter. And then that's it. Close the array. Select these 3 lines, select polar array, select the center, change the item number to 8, and then close the array. Same with this one, this arc. Just select extend if you want, hold down the shift key to trim it, and then we only need this one. Select the rest of the cycle, erase it, select that one, polar array, hover over it, click on the center, take it also to 8, and then press enter. Click there to close, and you will get it. To make the other one, this one may seem like a lot, but it's not. Let's make that. The outer one, which is this one, is 90 diameter, center diameter. Click once, 90, enter. For the inner one, 78. Click 78, enter. And now if I want to zoom to that area, I can just type Z, enter, Z for zoom. There is window, click, and highlight only that window. I will be zoomed to that area. Now for this one, 25 radius, center radius, click 25, enter. And then to make this, all of this, I only need to make one, which is this one. From here to here is 10, half of that is 5. So if you like, click here, point outside, select offset, type 5, enter. Offset 1 up, offset 1 down. And then select trim and trim these portions. Trim this one and this one. Select the remaining ones and erase them. Select trim, trim here and trim here, and then press the escape key. Now select these 3 lines, select polar array, select the center point, number of items, put 16, and then press enter. We'll be getting something like this. We can put different values. Trim this portion, select the rest, erase that, select this, we'll array it, put the number of items. What was the number? Maybe it was 16, I believe. Yeah, 16. Even if it wasn't, this is a try and error process. If I put 18, I can see it is off. So once I put 16, it will be deadly what I want. So I'll close it. And that's it. Now for the last one, you might be seeing something like this, which are all different. I might leave this for you to experiment, but let's quickly do it without much explanation. The outer one is 72 diameter, center diameter, click once, point outside, 72, enter. And then we got 2 dimension, we can choose anyone, 25 radius, 50. For the diameter, it will be 50, enter. For the inner one, 25 diameter, I will click 25 diameter. I can zoom or use the zoom window here. Click the down arrow, zoom window, and window this guy. I'll zoom right there. For the smallest one, 5 radius, click 5 radius, enter. And for this cycle, 3.5 radius, but we only have this one at the center. Center radius, this quadrant, 3.5, and then enter. For the trim, just trim this. Select the cycle, polar array, select the center, put the number of the items, 22. Press enter, see how that looks. Okay, close, trim, only one. Select the rest, erase, select this one, polar array, center, and 20, enter. I forgot it, maybe it's 22, enter, yeah it was, and then close. To make this 5, click point up, click offset, half of 5, 2.5, enter, 1 left, 1 right. You can select this, make a rotate copy of it from the center, copy, point up and click. Select fillet, radius of 0, enter multiple times because there isn't any radius, and then this line and this line, this and this, this and this, this and this. All the rest are not important. Also write them and erase them. Trim, trim all of them. Select it, polar array, there are only 4, and then press enter. Close the array. There are some small cycles in there which are radius of 1, but the distance is not given. So center radius, I will drag up to a distance of 4, enter, and then radius of 1, and then enter. Select the cycle, polar array, center point, 4 items, press enter, and then close it. That's it about it. Yes, I believe any gear you see, you can attempt it. Now let's go over to the next drawing, which will be the wrench. Now to make this, as always, our guide, the biggest number, that's just it. You want to look at the biggest number, which is 110. Let's make that line. Select line, click once, auto mode turn on, 110. Press enter again. Then what's next? Let's offset it. 11 units. Half of 11, 5.5. Select offset, 5.5, enter. 1 up, going down. But wait, before I click, I saw it so 6. Are you sure? This should read 11. It is 11. Why it is showing 6 is because of the unit. UN, enter, because we say precision to show us is just 1 unit. So instead of showing, if I change it to 0.1, press enter, select the offset, 5.5, press enter. Now if I point, it will say 5.5. But because we put 0 as the precision to show us, that's why it approximates to 6. Press escape. Continue with our drawing. Then we have the cycle. Let's start with the big one, which is the 17 one. The big cycle is 16 radius from this center. So center radius, click the endpoint, type 16 and then press enter. The second one is 13 radius. Click center radius, click this endpoint, 13 radius. Now this is where a lot of people get it wrong. They are not concentric, as you can see. They don't share the same center point. It goes like this. They are 6 units away and then 2 units down. Meaning, I will select line. I will zoom to this area. I will click here, point to this direction, type 6, press enter, and then point down 2 units and then press enter. If I select these 2 lines and change the property to red, now you understand what I mean. Select this line, select move, select its center point, which is here, and move it to this point. That's just the trick of drawing wrenches. Select this, you no longer need it, and just delete them. And now to make this, which is 17 units, half of that, which is 8.5. Select line, hover over the circumference, there is the center, click it once, point straight and just click, press the escape key, select offset, half of 17, which is 8.5, and then press enter. Select this line up, select it, done. So select these 2 lines, select rotate, click on this endpoint and to rotate them downward 17 degrees. By default AutoCAD at this angle it says 270. What we need, the 17 degrees will be something like this. It will be 360. AutoCAD is default to 90 degrees from each quadrant. So the correct value will be 360 minus 17, which will be around 243 degrees, and then press enter. Now select trim, hold on the shift and extend it. Extend this one as well. And all you have left is just a bunch of trimming. You trim this line, trim this line, trim the outer one, trim this one, trim this one, and you get this. Trim the outer one, trim here and trim here. We no longer need all this, and then erase that. Select this one as well and erase it. There is a nice fillet here and a fillet here, which is a radius of 47 degrees. You can use tan radius if you want. Tangent here, 47 degrees, and then you will get this. But you will have to trim that, and here as well, and then erase this line. You can achieve same thing using the fillet command. Radius option, type 47, press enter, this and this, but it will trim it. If you don't want to trim it, because in this case we don't want, so I will escape, select the fillet again, there is a trim option, select trim and say no trim. Select the radius option, make sure it's 47, press enter, select here and select here, and you will get this nice fillet. Select trim, trim this portion and trim this portion, and then select this and erase it. Now if you don't understand much of this, don't worry, we'll do another one here, but before that AutoCAD does crashes, so make sure to save your drawing. Now continuing with this part, the bigger radius is 14.5 and the smaller one is 9 radius. Select center radius, click here 14.5 and then press enter. Select it again, click 9 radius. That's the first thing. The second is just you select the smaller one. Select move. Make sure auto mode is turned on. Click once, 6 unit and then enter, and then move it down 2 unit. Select it, move, click once, point down 2 units and then press enter. Now for what is giving the headache, which are these two lines with an offset of 30 from the center, let's just make a line of a relative length. Something like this is okay, not too tiny, not too long, just something right. I will turn off the auto mode and then I'll just click. I will offset it 13 and then I will press enter and copy it up. But I want another line at the middle, so I will snap correctly here. You can use line and then select this line, select copy and copy it to this midpoint. But this is an extra process. What I will be doing a lot going forward is if I want to copy this to the middle, I will just select it, select copy, I will pick the base point from which I want to copy it, I will turn off auto mode and then I'll hold down the shift key and right click to bring up the object or snap override. I will select mid between 2 points, this one, mid between 2 points, which points, this point and this point, and then it will automatically snap to the middle. Now how you rotate in AutoCAD is with the 4 quadrants by default. Let me make Crosshair. We want to rotate this at 17 degrees, so 17 degrees is somewhere, I will turn off auto mode, is somewhere around, yeah, there, that is 17 degrees, that is exactly the angle we need. So this is easy. I will select this, rotate, think of it, you pick here, as in here, I will click, rotate this up 17 degrees and then I will press enter. But for this one, meaning, I will delete this, meaning we want this line, and in AutoCAD, when you come here, as we know, it's 90 degrees, let me zoom, 90 as you can see, and then 135, 180, but when we come down, instead of 190, 200, here 270, instead we get another 90, and instead of here to see 300, we again see these values. By default, you just put the minus sign or put values, meaning if you want to make this, type either 2 of the values. Again, let me make another line. This isn't straight. Auto mode, come up, make this line, offset it by 30, it doesn't matter. Now if I want to rotate this to this, remember we use 343 degrees. If we want, we can click here, turn off the auto mode and instead rotate it minus 17 degrees, and then we'll get the same angle. If I select it and hover over there, you see this angle of 160 degrees. If I come here again, you will see 17 degrees. So we can either rotate it. 160 degrees is just, if I copy this, and perhaps I hope you will meet, and perhaps just extend this line to that boundary. Meaning I either type this, the angle here, or the angle from 0 up to here, because it doesn't yet reach 180. Or if I want what we did, we use from here 90, 180, 270 plus the angle here. That will give us 343. I can talk about this for hours, but that doesn't mean I should. Let's just keep going. But that's the reason people are having hard time with rents. That's why I want to take time and explain it. Now all we need is select this, select copy, pick an endpoint, drop it to this endpoint, and then I will escape. To clean this up, first I will fillet this area with a radius of 23 radius. So fillet radius 23 and then press enter. We are going to do it twice, here and here. So select the multiple option. I will click here and here. Remember our trim is at no trim, so I will select no trim again. Select here and here, and then we'll get this. Select trim, trim this portion and this portion. Press the escape key. Select this line and this line and erase them. I will zoom here, trim this portion. If I trim here, I will get something like this. In case you get something like this, come here and undo. Zoom. It's because you will see they don't meet. Hold down the shift key and extend it. And then I will zoom back. Now it will just delete it. So if you see this highlighted, I advise to just escape the command. Fall back, select it, and then deselect it. You don't want it highlighted. Select trim again, trim this portion. Select the rest you don't want and erase it. It's much simpler that way. Select trim. I see this tiny bit, trim it out. Lastly, select this line and then delete this line. Select trim, trim this portion. I will click here once. I will get this fence and then trim them all at the same time. Then I'll press the escape key. I will zoom back and then we get our end. To get those center points, even though they will be too big, annotate center mark, one for this one, another one for this one, one for this one, one for this one. Press the escape key. For some rings, you will see something, you will see another two lines here. Making them is easy. You just offset. Let's say we'll offset by 6, enter. Offset this 6 is too much, maybe 3 or even 2. Just type 2, enter. Select this line down, not up. Select it, point down. Select this, point up. This one is not required. And then in case I haven't showed you this function of the fillet command, when you click two parallel lines, you get an arc. If I select fillet, select this line and this line, I get an arc. Fillet again, this part of the line, and here I get this arc. Simple as that. I will select this and erase it. Now let's get to the next drawing. Let's make this, which is very simple. Again, our biggest value, which is 60 down here. Our biggest value is 60. Let me zoom so we can focus on it. 60. Let's make a line of 60. I will select line, click once, turn on auto mode, F8, 60, press enter again. It has 3 cycles at the middle and 1 big cycle that you can see, which is just this curve. That is a cycle. We'll start with it, which is 20 radius. Click center radius right in the middle, 20 radius. Press enter. Then the second largest, 30 diameter or 50 radius. Let's just go with the center diameter. Click 30. Press enter. The third largest, 20 diameter and 10 diameter. So select the point here, 20, enter. Select, click 10, enter. And we have another one here with a radius of 10 diameter and 10 radius. Okay, let's start with the diameter one. I will click here, point to a direction, 10 diameter, enter. Click down here, center radius. Click 10 radius, which will be bigger. And now there is one line joining them. Select line. We will get a quadrant. What we want is a tangent. So hold down the shift key, right click and tangent. I will just click. Here we don't want the quadrant because as you can see, it will just bisect the line. Hold down the shift key, you will get that alien icon, that guy. Hold down the shift key, then right click, tangent of here, and then we'll get this seamless line. Now we are done. All you have to do, select this mirror and mirror it down, point to this direction. Make sure auto mode is on to get a straight line. If it is off and you click here, you will be getting something like this. I'll just let you know, and then delete it. Now click mirror this endpoint if you like to this endpoint, even if auto mode is turned off, because this is a straight line. So I will just click here and then erase, no. And now select these four objects, this line, this cycle, these two lines, and then select mirror, click the midpoint and this quadrant to mirror them. You can see how the mirror is going. If you want, you can get something like this or like this, but we want it straight up to get it right at the right hand side. So I'll click on this quadrant or this quadrant or this quadrant. It doesn't matter, I just want it to be straight. So I'll just click and then no. Lastly, we will just trim this four portions, here, here and here, and that's it for the center mark. But let's erase that line because it will get some complications. This line, this cycle, this cycle. Now this was cut, I believe, because I just look for popular 2D designs. To make this upper one, we don't need all this dimension. All we can do is just project, because this is this, meaning this is a hole. That's why we don't see anything. Here again is a hole. That's why this is this cycle when it is cut and viewed in a section. Now all we need is a mode really. Let's start with this line that project up directly and this cycle. Now I will select line and let's just go precisely. If I come here to track, and then I will point up, I will click. I will come here to track, 2 seconds, point up with that green vector guiding me, and once I see, I will turn on polar tracking, this guy, and once I see that other green line, I will just click the intersect, and then I will just click. If you don't understand, I will delete that. I will just make a horizontal line right on top of this. That's it. And then I will select line, click on this quadrant, point up horizontally. Let's just turn on auto mode, not too far because it's just 10 minutes. I will click here. Then now that I'm sure this line is aligned with this, I will just trim it because I know they are aligned. And then I will select it, select offset. I will select the true option. Now I will click here, I will select the new line again, and then I will click here. I will select it again, and then I will click here. Now I will select the offset again. I will type 10 for the height of this, which is 10 units. Sorry, we don't have that order line, so we'll delete it. Now I select offset and type 10, press enter, and then point up and click. This line, we don't have it. Now I will trim this, and with one click, drag and trim all those. Press the escape key. Now I will pan a little. Now for this bigger cycle, this one, I will select line, click on this quadrant, point up and click. I know they are aligned, so I can trim this. Why am I trimming? Yeah, let me show you. Let's offset this. Offset, I will select the true option and offset it to here, meaning it's just this cycle projected. And now when I trim this and this, sometimes you might just forget, and it might just, the cycle might just get in the way, because right now they fit right in with the center marks. So come and select the two lines and delete them. I just prefer to make line, trim it, and then continue making this. Now the height is, I believe, 30 from the bottom to the top. 30 units. Offset 30, press enter, select this, point up and click. So it stops here. Let's trim the things we don't need. Trim those lines. And now we get this curve. But before we get the curve, there was a perfect edge. And then here as well, there is a curve. Before the curve, there was an edge. How do we make that? Well, we just select this and select offset. Select the true option. From here, which is exactly here, we'll copy one. Select the new one. Copy one here, meaning are those lines projected up. And then I will hit the escape key. And then select line. Join here with this intersection. And we are just done. I will select trim this and trim this. Press the escape key. Select this line and erase them. Select fillet. Select multiple option, and the radius is 5 radius. So let's take it to 5 radius. But remember, our trim is set to no trim. If we leave it at no trim, that guy won't do any work. We'll be left with all the work, because when we click this line and this line, we get the arc, but we have to come back and trim this. Same as when we do this, we have to come back and trim this. So why should we? I will undo that and undo that. Go to the trim. Instead of no trim, select trim. And then when we click this line and this line, it will trim it automatically for us. This one and this one. The downside is it will, when we select, it will trim all this line. It will delete it. But that's okay. This and this, and then press the escape key. Now select trim and trim this portion. I'll press the escape key. Now you might be thinking of projecting line to do this side, but I won't. I will come here to make a crossing window selection. I will click once and make sure those objects are in. At the top, this isn't included, but that's okay. I will select mirror. I want the middle of this, so I will just click here. I know it's the mid. Point up and click. Erase, select no. Now to join this, I can decide to just click, select this group, join into this group, and that's it. What's left is just the center mark and these lines. To make the center mark, come to annotate. The center mark is for cycle. What we need is the center line. Select center line, this line and this line, we get our guy. Center line, this and this, we get it. Again, this and this. Now, for those lines, those blue lines, which are called hatch, all we need is just make a line at an angle and then keep offsetting. Can you believe that is how we do it? I will select this and delete it. We use the hatch command, this one, hatch. And before that, I will dive deeper into layers later on, but for now, our drawing is not organized. Let's think of layers, which are the things that help organize our drawing. I will explain and go in depth more on demonstration when we are doing floor plan, but for now we typically need only not more than 3 layers. One is for our 2D drawings, the other one is for the center marks, and then for hatch and for dimension. This will be all. You come here and click to create layers. All you do is just come here and click on this new icon, new layer icon. Click it once. You will get layer 1 highlighted waiting for you to override the name. We will start with, I'll press the caps lock on my keyboard. We will start with 2D drawings and then I'll press enter. Now to make a new layer, you can either come up here and click, or you can do the shortcut method. Just press enter and type dim for dimension. Press enter again, call it hatch. Press enter again. We'll call this center line and then press enter. Now to distinguish these layers, let's give hatch blue color, this one. Click and then click OK. For the center line, make sure you are on the right row. Come to the color column and click on this color swatch and select this color 9 and then click on OK. For the dimension, if you like, you can leave it as white. I leave it totally up to you if you want to change the dimension, but right now we are okay with this. Just what we want is to select the 2D and come to line width, because this should be the biggest. Click the default line width, scroll down and select something like 50 and then click OK. You can see the 2D will be the line width will be much larger, and then close. Now to assign the layers, let's start with the first one. Oh, this is our first one. Of course, there are center lines for this. Let's annotate center line, this and this, then hit the escape key. Now to assign the layers, let's do it wisely. I will select the center line, I will click it once, then I will right click, select similar. And what you find is when I zoom out, all of those center marks got selected. Then I will click on this drop down and select center mark and then press the escape key. What you will find is when I zoom, their color is different. Right now you might not see it, but when I click here and change their color to say red, you would see it more clearly. But the center marks are not meant to overwhelm the drawing, they are just there to complement it. So take it back to the previous color, which is color 9, and OK that. But we don't only have center marks, we also have center lines. If I zoom back and come here, if I click on this layer drop down, and beside the center mark you have this bulb, which allows you to turn a layer on or off. Everything on that layer, which are the center marks, they will disappear. But those center lines are not disappearing. Why? Because first, when I select this, it is on center line. I will press escape. But when I select this, they are just on layer 0. So select this 3 center lines. We'll do it our way. Select similar. Click the drop down. Take it to the center line as well. Press the escape key. Now if I click here and turn out the center line, all of them will go away. I'll press escape to lose that drop down. I will select this line and delete it. I no longer need it. Now the next thing is, I can see I forgot this line, so I will just select trim and trim it away. I press the escape key for this line. This one is also a guide. This one is a guide as well, and those are the only guides we have to take them as well to the center line, or should I say reference lines. It will warn you because the layer is off. It doesn't matter, just click on close, they will be taken there. Next, just zoom out. This is also reference line. I will select that, take it to that layer. Just click on this close, select everything, take everything to 2D drawings. Press the escape key. Now click the drop down, turn the center lines back on. Press the escape key. Now to make a layer current, just click the drop down and select the layer you want. You can see the name at the top, which is current, and all of its properties are current right here, which are by layer. Then come and click on the hearts. Now if you remember the hearts, it is blue and it is like this. You can keep clicking here to see the shape that resembles that, but I already know it. It's NC31, this one. I will just click it, zoom right there, and click inside here, click inside here, click inside here, and click inside here. As you can see, the lines are spaced out really big, so you can increase or decrease the scale right here. Now if I try 5, they will get bigger. So I will go 0.5, then press enter. I will be getting something like this. I leave this also up to you. You can put any value you want. I'm done with it. It's looking okay to me. I will just click on the close here. Now I would like to believe you can attempt any kind of drawing that you can see, but there are some other kinds of drawing that I don't expect you to do them yet easily. Something like this. Now to make something like that, you have to understand another tool, which you can only find it on the status bar. Come over here, click on the customization. There is ISO drafting. If I click once, you can see what is coming and going on the status bar. Turn it on and then click away. Here is the concept. If you click to turn it on, you'll be getting something like this, which you won't see if the grid were turned off, but only the cursor will guide you. For reference, I like to keep them turned on. They also help. If you click the arrow beside it, there is only 3 things: ISO left, ISO top, ISO right. I will click away. If I select line, I will turn on the ortho mode. You have to turn on the ortho mode unless you are using an angle. I will click once. Right now, heart is my layer. It's my current layer, so whatever drawing I make, it will inherit that layer. I press escape. I will take it back to layer 0. I will select line. I will click once, and everything I draw will be on the right plane, on the left plane, sorry. I'll press the escape key. Now if I want to change the plane, I have to come here, click instead of left, I will take it to top. Now you can see the grid change and my cursor change. If I select line, snap to the endpoint, I can now draw anything at the top. I will press escape to finish that. Now if I want it at the right, I can click here. You can see the icon is changing when I change a plane. The grid are changing and the cursor is changing. Now if I select line and draw something, it will be on the left side. Now let's do it more precisely, but always coming down here and clicking and switching between your planes is not really convenient, so you can use the F5 to switch your planes, which is more convenient. All you need to do is just press F5. Now let's make something a little more precise. I will come here 50 units. I will press enter. I will come here 50 units as well. Go there 50 units, and I can close it if I want. And then press the F5 to change your view. Select line, click once, point downward. Let me say 100 units, and then press enter, press enter. I'll get this long thing. What I can do is select this line, select copy, because they will be the same length. so we rather just copy them. You don't want to do them again. AutoCAD is just messing up here, but don't worry, just click, you will get the line. And next, this one is the same size as well. You can select the two, select copy, click once, copy them down. But this is just an easy thing. Let me show you more tricks about this. It's really cool. Now let's say we want to make this. I'm only going to show it to you this time. If you want, you can screenshot it. So I will select line and I will begin at the top view, which will be pressing the F5. Make sure you're at the top like this. I will click once, point to this direction, 100 units, and then I will press enter. I will come to this direction, say 40 units, click, come to this direction, say 20 units, click, come here, say 40, click, say 10, click, go there, say 30, click, say 40, click, go in, say 25, click, come this way, and I want it to stop at this, so I will just trap it, and once I see that, I'll just click. Now I can either click here or click on close to close that. Now since the length are all the same, I only need to make one, so I have to change a view either left or right. So F5 again. I can start with here. I will select line and make the length of 50 and then press enter. Press enter again. To do this freely, I can turn off AutoCAD, or I will select copy, select the line, press enter, click here, and you can see I want to be doing it freely, so I will just turn on AutoCAD to copy it freely. One here, one there, 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 and here, and then press the escape key and go back to the top view to select it freely. Select those lines and just copy them down. It's really, you don't need to copy this because nobody will see it. This one as well, you don't need to copy it. I will select copy, pick a point it down and click, and I get this shape. Unless this is a 2D wireframe view, else if this is a hidden view, you won't be seeing this. What you do is you trim it away. Select this and trim it away. Now complications come when you want to draw something that contains a curve, because you can't use regular cycles. Let's start with something simple. If you're thinking of selecting cycle, click once, it will be at a wrong plane. It just won't look right. I will select that and erase it. What you need is the ISO cycle, which you can only find under the ellipse command, because ellipse is just a tweaked or rotated cycle. Proof again. Okay, if I turn off the ISO draft, this is our regular view, this is the cycle we've drawn. If I just hold down the shift key and then hold down the scroll wheel on my mouse and tilt it up a little, does this cycle appear a cycle to you? It appears to me like an ellipse. If I tilt it again, it looks like an ellipse. So ellipse is just like a tilted cycle. I will tilt it up, select the top view. So what we need is the ellipse command. There is ellipse, specifically this ellipse at this end, and before I click, I get this ISO cycle. All I need is just click it and go to any plane I want. Right now I will stay at the top. I will click once and just give the distance. I will click. To do it again, just select axis end. Before you click, select ISO cycle, hover over the center and make another one. Select line, I will click here. I want to point down. I have to change my plane. I will point down, turn on the AutoCAD and just click. I will select that. I will select copy and copy it to the quadrants. Now this looks like a pipe, and that's how you do with the ellipse. Now let's say you have an angle and an ellipse at a side. Perhaps something like this. Well, what you need to do first is make the bottom. Let's start. To make the bottom, I will select line. I will start here. I will just make a sketch 20. I will just click. I will point to this direction, to something close to 100, I'll just click. I want them the same height, I'll just click, and then I will switch to the right, and something like half of that, maybe 50, even 60 will work. I'll just click, and then I will press escape. I will select this line, I will select copy, and copy it there. I will select this one, select copy, copy it down. If you like, you can continue drawing them. I like to just make one and just copy. And now select this one, copy it right there, press the escape key. Now if you have an angle, say you have something like this, it will always be given the height. Say the height is something somewhere around 50, and then switch to the top view. And who remembers the length of here? Let me check. I will click over, is somewhere around 100.4. So I will select line, I will click, point to this direction, 100.4, which will be much easier if we are going precisely, but I'm just showing you. Press enter, then press enter again. And now for the thickness, it will be given right now. Let me just give 15, enter, and that's it. I will then select this line, copy, and then I'll select this and this, select copy, click here, copy them right there. Select this, copy, click here, copy one right here. Select these two lines, copy. You can see this is a bunch of copying. You just need only one thing. Now to get the angle, or sometimes a length will be given to you. Draw this line midpoint to midpoint, and when I zoom, if you're given a distance, you just measure the distance. For this one, you might need to draw a line for your distance, maybe 15. And right now, don't worry about the perpendicular. The perpendicular in this case is not correct. Just go here and click. This will be the straight one because we are dealing with iso plane, so the perpendicular will be inaccurate in this case. Trim this one. I hope the mirror will be accurate. I will select this, select mirror, click here. Yeah, the mirror as well is not accurate, so I will just select this, select copy with reference to here, drop it here, select the middle one and erase it, and then select line, click here, turn off ortho mode, drop one here, select the same line, select copy, pick here as the base point, and then drop it here. Now all you need is to trim here, and then select these lines that you don't need and erase them, and then you get something like this. Now for the other side, all you need at the top plane is to join these lines and draw a line that connects from there to here, and then you no longer need all those lines. Simply trim them, select and erase, and then select line, join here with here. This will be at the back, you won't be seeing it. I will select trim, I will trim this, and then I will trim this. Now if you have a line here, just select line midpoint to midpoint, not the perpendicular, and then offset creates parallel copies, so we need something parallel here. As you can see, I will select an offset distance of, say, let me click through, let's go with 7, enter, click 7, enter, select the middle one and erase it, and then select line. I want to point down, so I will switch to the left, turn on the ortho mode, point directly downward and just click. Select the line again, click here, point to this direction and click. Where the image is where we want. Trim, trim. You won't be seeing this. And now for the iso plane, select axis N, iso cycle. Just track here if you want. Click here and change your view. Change the view to the right, and I will just click. I will select it. I will select copy. I will click here once and click here, but we won't be seeing it because we didn't do it with dimensions, as this is just a quick way of showing you how to use it, but this is what you'll get. Now the last one I want to show you is, I will switch to the top view. I will select line and make something the top view like this, and then select the ellipse, select isocycle, click on this midpoint and click on this midpoint. Trim this portion. Now select everything, select copy. You will just copy this way, so I want it at the right, so I will switch the plane to the right to make a copy and it downwards, and then I'll make a copy, say 15 units, and then I will press enter. Now I will select line and join this portion. We won't be seeing this, so I will erase that, and then select line, quadrant to quadrant, select trim and trim this part of the lines of the cycles, this one as well. Now let me make the ellipse again because I want to show you this. Over, select the midpoint, select this endpoint. I will select offset, select the true option, and when I offset this 15 units, this is what I will get completely. It just doesn't look right if I join this lens, so you always copy in the ISO plane, is much safer. Select this and this is it. Now if I select ellipse from the center and make something like this, I will just copy it, change the plane to either left or right to copy down, and then click. This way I will get the illusion of there is a hole there. These are some tricks I want to show about ISO drafting. I'm doing it in a really hurry way. I'm fast forwarding to it, as you can tell, because it's just advisable to make a 3D and then generate your 2D views from it. Yeah, I don't know much, but I know a little for now. I will turn off the ISO drafting. Delete that. 3D on a beginner level is a lot easier. The hardest thing is the 2D, I believe. Now if I click on this workspace switching and go to 3D and close this inside dialog box, I will click on southwest view, zoom right in to the range. First I will turn off the center mark, press escape. I will select press pull and then come inside this. I will click, I will point up to say, let me exaggerate 10, enter. Enter here. Sometimes you need to go around the boundary to get fully inside the shape. That's why I don't like AutoCAD 3D. Right now I get all of it. You want to do that, click, point up. I will come here to align them and then do the same. Yeah, like this. I will push it up to maybe 7 and then press enter. I will press escape. Now we only press pull everything, remember? And if I change the view to say realistic, now this is what you normally see people do, and I can press pull the inner one, but we are not into 3D. Now how people like to go with ISO draft is just make your 3D something like this, and then use the flat shot command, which you can find on the 3D workspace. On the section panel, click the drop down, you will see flat shot. If I select flat shot and then insert as new block, we are coming to block and uncheck this and then create. I will click, just continue pressing enter. I get the view, and then if I come to the top view, there it is. As easy as that. If I go back to the view, and tilted the view a little to say something like this. I will zoom right to it. Let me make it unique. Something like this. We are seeing this, and then again flat shot, and then create, enter to accept. Just keep pressing enter. I'll come to the top view, rotate, and here it is, that view that I show. So once you create your 2D, you can make a multiple shot of your views. Now if I click here to the front view, because there is only one 2D drawing in the drawing, it's only this one, it's strength. If I click to the left side, it is the only one. If I change it to say hidden, I will get this line. I get the left elevation. So I can generate almost 7 views in 1 minute if I want. So that's how people like to go about drawing isometric object. Instead of using this, which is just a static view, people like to make the model and then generate the views from it and cut a section if you want. So you can see before we make this in less than 1 minute, while when we are drafted, remember we spent a lot of time making it. And if you think about it, the hard work is only here, meaning the hard work is making this object. When you go to 3D, you just push pull things and press pull. You just push or pull your 2D drawings. So this is the most important part, understanding how to draw in 2D. I'm getting this because my visual cell is hidden. I will take it to 3D wireframe. Now we are back to normal. And when I hover this, it will say it is a 3D object, because it is. They all are. I will select them and delete them and get our lines back. If you are using AutoCAD LT, you don't have the 3D environment, so don't even try. I will select this block and delete it. Select this as well. Or I will just leave them. Let me Control Z. I will select one first. Select move and turn off auto mode and move it somewhere like here. Select this, select move and bring it somewhere like here, and then turn back on our center mark. Now the next thing is dimension. We have to dimension this and then save it as a PDF. And now to do that, we'll just modify the current style if it doesn't look right. Let's start with this one. To dimension this, I like to work on the annotate tab. Let's start with the radius. Click on this drop down. There is radius and diameter. I will select radius. I will click on this, and then I keep getting these weird things. I will just click. Now it's alright. As always, let's save our drawing, and I will be back in a minute. And now to make the change, you can either come here, click on this drop down and click on dimension style, and then let's create our own dimension style by clicking on this new, and let's name it dim, and we'll start with ISO 25. Make sure annotative is unchecked and use for all dimension, and then continue. Most people start from line, but I usually start from primary units. For the precision, I will click this drop down and select just 0. You can see it's neat already. This is giving us the preview. And then for the angle dimension, you normally want a decimal point of at least 1. Like here you can see 0 separation. Let's check trailing. And if it is 0.00, we don't want to see that. We already know we got the angle. And then on the fit tab, we want to uncheck this guy. You see what it does? It is that line. We don't want that. Now we'll go to the text tab, and for the text height, we will multiply this by 100. Why? Because we will plot in to 1:100 scale. So I will select this number and type 250. If you want some frame around the dimension text, you can click here, but we don't want that, so leave it unchecked. Now for the text alignment, let's go with ISO standard, or you can set horizontal if you want. Let's set ISO standard, and let's go to the next tab. If we need to change some settings, we can easily come back and change, and even that way you will understand why we did it. So to the next tab, symbol and arrows. For the arrow size, we want 250 here as well. For the center mark, we already got a center mark. Just click on none. We are not ready with all of this. Let's go to the next tab, which is lines. The dimension line is okay. Then for the extension line, we can increase it a little, maybe even 100. You can see that guy, that is the extension line. If I change the color so that you can see, that is the extension line. And if I put 0 here, you can see that guy. If you want, you can leave it like this, or you can extend it a little, like 50. 50 isn't visible, maybe 100, and then you get that extension beyond dimension line. So I'll take this back to by block. By block means, in case I haven't talked about it yet, by block means the property will wait and will only inherit the current layer. By block for now is the same as layer 0. Don't worry, we'll talk about it when we come to creating blocks, which are drawing symbols. Offset from origin, let's go with something like 100 as well, which is that gap from your object. For now, let's click on OK. With our new dimension style dim, click on OK, select dim, click on set current dimension style dim, close it. If you click this down arrow, you can see the current style is dim, just as when you come to the annotate tab, there is dim, which is our current style. You can see the arrow is too big. That's because this one is too small. We'll select this one and delete it. Click the drop down, select radius again, pick this line. Wow, ours is really big, but that's okay. And just click here. Now is this big because I mistook it for dimension in a floor plan, which a floor plan is normally in 1000 of units, but this one is merely less than 100. Like if we measure from here to here, how many units? 65, and the text height we put almost 200. It's simple, don't worry. Click on this arrow to go to the dimension style, or click on the drop down dimension style, or the home tab where we click dimension style. Okay, select dim, modify. For the fit, everything okay. For the text, you're too big, so let's take it down to about 25. Symbol and arrows, let's take this down to 25. Lines, offset from origin, also 25. This guy, also 25. Or let's just leave it at 0, and then click on OK, and then close. And then the size will be like this. If it is still too big for you, you can change it. Annotate again, radius, select this guy. You normally want to click where the arc is, or if you click somewhere, it will create this extension arc. So I'll just click like that. The radius for this one, which is 80, and just click. Maybe you want to give diameter to this too, you can do that. Click here, right below radius there is diameter, select it, click here, and then click here, diameter again, this and this. But wait, are we really on dimension layer? We are on layer 0, which is really wrong. Select this dimensions, click the drop down, take them to dim layer. and then I will press escape. Now if we select it, it is on dimension layer. Press escape. But now layer 0 is our current layer. So let's make dim our current layer. Let me change the color so that you can see the effect be something red. Yeah. So this is dimension layer. Go back to the annotate tab and then select radius again. Select this one and click it. And then not linear, select align and click here and here, and you get this. Even at now the text is still too big. I think you should just go to I can decide to cut this, but I won't cut it because I want to show you the trial and error process, so that if this happens to you, you know exactly what to fix, not to go and look for another tutorial. So click the dialog box launcher and get back to the dimension style. And to not do a guesswork, all you need is just to come over here and just click and get a sense of how long you want your values to be. If like this, if 7.5 unit would work, you zoom back, you want your text height to be this size, it's okay. Let's go with 7.5. Annotate, dialog box launcher, modify, text, 7, let's just go with 7, and then normally for the vertical, it is centered, so that you get this leader. If you want arrow size, 7, lines, offset from origin, let's give you 7 as well, and then click on OK, and then close. Now they are reduced to this size, which I believe will be considered the right scale. I won't be dimension all of this because it will take a lot of time. I'll just show you the ones you truly need, and then to dimension this one, something like this. First, the big number, linear, which is around here and here. Point to this direction, not down, left, and click to a reasonable distance. Always read the prompt for the first time to avoid confusion. Dim linear, space 5, first extension line, click, second extension line, click, and then the location. Just click. I love this. I love that this happened. Now the text is still too big, as we can see from this reference one. That's because we made the dimension of this component that is visually the biggest one among all of them, and this dimension simply won't fit right here. So we might have to go back again, modify, text, bring that guy down to 3, symbols and arrows 3, even the 2, we shouldn't have changed the 2.5 really, lines 3 as well. Okay, close. It's not down to that. And for this guy, you won't see it, it will be too tiny for this one. So what do you do? And now what we do is select this dimension line or anyone but the radius, and then click on this dialog, click on this property, or just right click, select properties. Now for the arrow size, take it to 7, underline and arrows. For the extend line offset, you can leave it at 3 or 7 as well. For the text height, 7, and that might be all. And press escape, and then they all will get big. Match property, select this, and then select this one, it got big as well. Select this one, it got bigger. This one, it got bigger. This one, and then select this one. Now it got bigger, while our text style is just like this, remain smaller. So I'm happy that all of this happened, and I believe the trial and errors of, and if not for that, you won't have seen me using the properties palette to change some settings. So I will close it for now. Close. Annotate. Since we have this one, if you like, you can select linear and make here, or you can click on continue and continue from there. If the continue didn't work, or it will work on another dimension, by default it will start from your last dimension, and this is our last dimension. But if it isn't, come down here and select, or just type S and then select this dimension and continue. I will click here and then press the escape key. Now go ahead and put radius, diameter, and all the ones that I know you can do. The one that you can't do yet is this one, that for X. So I will click here and select radius, click on this cycle and click here, and now double click this and come to the start and type 4 and then X on your keyboard, the alphabet one right next to Z, X and then space, and then click away, right click, enter. That's it. The formula for these ones. And for this one, let me check what you can't do yet. First, the overall dimension, which is from here to here, 58. Linear, from here, zoom to here, 10. And then from here to here, if you want them to line up with this one, just zoom and click on this endpoint, and then they will be on the same level. You can do all of this. Now you can do this one and this one, and also even this one, or just do this one and this one and get to the next one. Linear is just zoom, a click here, zoom, a click here, and to this direction. Click, as simple as that. Click the drop down, select angular, select this and this, and then point out and click. You get the 40 degrees. When you come to the radius of these two, radius, click here. You want to click here. If you want this outside, which of course you want, click on that grip and just move it out like this. If it is not behaving the way you wish, select it, hover over the grip, you get this option, move with dimension line, and click right there. If it get in the way with this dimension, just select this dimension, click on this grip and drag it down, click there. If you want this to align, again select this, click here and click here, they will be aligned. I'll press the escape key. As you can see, it is exactly like that. Go to the next one, continue and finish dimensioning this one. To dimension this one, you can do all of this and this. I believe even this is just a click here and a click there and a direction. Even this, a click here, and a location. Even for this one, but for this one, you have to make the construction. You first make sure you are on center line layer, select line, hover over any circumference of the cycle, click once, and just select where they intersect and click there. Select line, click once, zoom where they intersect and just click, and then select line, click here once, click here again, select extend, extend this and extend this. Or if it's too long for you, just offset it to where exactly you want it to stop. Let's say you want it right here, just click, select trim, trim here and trim here, and then select these two boundary lines and delete them. Just select annotate, angular, this and this. You get the 7. If you want to move it to say here, click it, hover over there, and then move text. You can either move text only or move with leader. Maybe move with leader and move it somewhere like here. Or you want only the text, hover over the grip, move text only, and then move it somewhere close, 7 degrees. The point is just to be able to read it and be convenient. I'll zoom back. You can finish the dimensioning. Next, for the range, you can make the overall one. It's just here and here. The radius ones, what will give you the hard time is this part and this part. And let's do it, and perhaps this number 13 and 17. So let's zoom. Let's select align and click here, and here we get 13. And you have to make a reference line. We are dimension on reference line, which is wrong. I hope we didn't do it for this one. It is also a reference line. They have to highlight red for dimension. Escape. And then make dimension the current layer. And now annotate linear from here to here, point down 6 units, and then from here to here the distance, linear again from here to here, or click the center and then point to this direction or somewhere close and just click. It will take it to that endpoint. You can select it and move it to wherever you want, and then if you want you can hover over there and move text only, place it somewhere close, and then hit the escape key. Now for the line here, select line. We'll first draw it with the dimension layer and take it and just match property of this to this. It gets easier when you already have the dimension object in place. You can just navigate easily. Annotate, angular, this one and this one, 17 degrees, as easy as that. You can do this one, I believe, but a quick one without much talking. Here and here align, here and here linear, here and here horizontal. Perhaps move with leader here, and just type L for line, click match prop with the center line to this one. And then for the 13 and 17 and the dimension here, it's all easy. For the dimension, linear, midpoint, click, over there, move text only. Or if you are doing this a lot, you can even change it on the dimension on how it behaves when it can't fit between the extension lines. Click modify, fit, text placement. When text is not in default position, place it beside dimension line, over dimension line, with leader or without leader. Let's go without leader and just click close. It got right there for us. This distance, if you want to reduce it, easy. Click modify, text offset from dim line 0.6. Let's take it to half of that, 0.3. Okay, that close. Now it got closer. If you want it back to 0.6, do that, but perhaps I will leave it like this. And then for the text, you simply use the text right here. Click on the drop down and select multiline. Click once and just make a small rectangle. Click again, just type 13 and click away. Select the text, select move and move it down. Select it again, select copy and copy it right here. Double click, highlight it, 17, click away. That's it. And lastly, for this one, I believe Yeah, for this one, what you want to do is you can make all of this easily. Just for this one, you can make this as well, nothing hard with this one. So I will leave it totally up to you. For this one, however, it's a little of a different case, because you can't use linear. Click here and here, you won't be getting the right measurement. This one will say 60. Okay, click here and here, this one will say 87. Okay, align here and here. What would you say? It will say 100. Okay, and let's select align, not linear, align. Click and drop it right here. Now let's make this the correct one and see how the values, which is the real value. As we already know, it's 100. If we select this and hover over to the grip, we can see the value. It is 100 right there. It's just that it's not in line with the isometric drawing. So what we do is then type dim edit. You will get it, dim edit. Click it. Either select oblique here, go here, or just type O and then press enter. Select the dimension, press enter, and type the angle of 150 for this one. Press enter, and then you will be getting something like this. Enter the angle, you have to calculate it. It will either be 150 or 60 or 30. And most of the times it's just a trial and error process. But dimension and isometric drawing is not really fun, because you must be tweaking the dimension. You must start with the align and then click on a point and then just click, select align from here to here and click. Now instead of typing dim edit each time, since all we want is the oblique option, it is right there on the dimension slide out. There it is, oblique. Select the oblique option, set say this dimension, press enter. Instead of specifying an angle, I will click here and here, the line I want the dimension to flow, it will align like this. And then click the drop down again, select oblique, select the dimension, press enter, select the line you want it. Even here, you want them to flow together, and then you will get your aligning dimension, which looks really cool. Let me do it for this one. Maybe you want the top one. Click the drop down, oblique, this dimension, enter, here and here, and that's it. And now let's plot the drawings to image, the ones you are seeing like this. And I will just do 1 or 2, and then I will leave the rest totally up to you, and we will get to drawing some floor plans and elevations and sections. We will do this one. This is the model space. Let's get to the paper space. I will come to layout 2. I will right click and select delete. Click on OK. I'm now left only with layout 1. Now you will notice we get a contextual ribbon tab, layout. Click that. There is page setup, which you can, if you right click here, you can also see page setup. You can see the icons are the same. Click either one. Right now the plot size is 210 by 297 millimeters, which we don't really care. We want it to be a JPEG image, so we'll just modify it. Click on modify. We'll be coming here a lot of times, so don't even worry. For the printer / plotter, come down, talk to the last, or whichever version you are using, publish to jpeg.pc3, select that. It will bring on this dialog box, plot paper size not found. Just select either one. We are going to change it anyways. Select the first one, click on the drop down, go right up and select the resolution you want. I will go with full HD for now, which is 1920 by 1080 pixels. I will click that and click on OK, and then click on close. Now this is 1920 by 1080 pixels. That's why our viewport is now much smaller. Select this little guy, right click and erase it. Under the contextual layout tab, select rectangular. Under layout viewports panel, click once, click here again. Now the first thing you want to do is to select the viewport. Click on home tab and take this viewport to depth points layer. Then press the escape key, because when I press Ctrl Z, right now it is on dimension layer. I'll press escape to deselect it. If I come to the output tab and click on the preview, it will show me the preview of how it will plot. You don't want to see this margin, this viewport outline. If you want it there, of course you can leave it, but I don't want to see it. And to do that, I will just right click and exit, and then select it and take it to depth point layer, which anything on the depth points layer, definition points, will not plot. So click on the layout, and what you can see under the plot across depth point, you will see the printer icon got grayed out. It means select hard so you can see it. It got grayed out, meaning anything on that layer will not plot. That's why we are doing that. And now with just that change, if we go back to the output tab, click on preview, it is gone. The frame is gone. It's just a clever way, else we are coming to that. The first thing, you select the viewport and change its layer. The second thing is to double click inside, turn off this grid. So annoying. Zoom right in, make sure this fills up, or simply click here and select zoom window, or just type Z, enter. There is window as well. Type W, enter, and highlight exactly what you want. It will fill up the window. The next thing, double click outside, and then now if we go to the output tab, preview, this is exactly what we'll be getting. Right click, exit. You always want the main component to be darker. That's why if you come to the layout, we make this darker. If it was default, it won't really stand out. As you can see the line width from this one, the main object is darker and the reference lines are faint and not as bold. You can make it more bold when you select under 2D drawing layer, change the line width. Make sure you're on the line width, not VP line width. On the line width and change it to say 1, and then click on OK. Close that. And now what you find is when you go to the output tab to preview, it got more darker. If you like it like this, I agree with you. Just leave it like that. Right click, exit. Now to plot, simply there is plot there. Click on plot, or just right click the tab, select plot. You can preview it again to see what you will be getting. If you are all okay with this, right click, exit the preview, and then click on OK. I'll do that. Click on OK. Navigate to our AutoCAD beginner course. Enter the folder and change this to say, you can give it more descriptive name, but I'll just give it 1. Then I'll click on save. Printer is processing in the background. Okay, we'll close. You can see it right down here. plot job in progress. Once it is done, it will show a little balloon notification to tell us our printing job is completed. Now after it is completed, all you need to do is just, it's even done already. Let's go check it. I will press Window E and then go to Documents, and I will go to AutoCAD beginner course, and there it is, JPEG. I will double click that to open it and view it, and this is what you get. Really cool. Now to do the rest, go back to AutoCAD. Yeah, we even saw the job. Good job. Click this guy. Go back to the layout one. What you do is when you want to do the other object, you can double click inside here and pan to another view. And then, yeah, this is the exact case I was waiting for. Type Z for zoom, enter, and then window. Specify the first corner and the second corner. It will fit to that. And then double click outside is very important. Double click outside so that you are no longer in the viewport, so that you can zoom freely. But when you are in the viewport, by double clicking, when you zoom, you are zooming into the drawing. So Z for zoom window, W, zoom back, make sure what you want to see is in the window, and then click. Double click outside. Now this will be viewed in the image, and I don't think you want that. Output tab, preview. This is what we get. It will get in the way. Right click and exit the preview. Select the viewport. Click on this grip and move it here, and then press the escape key. Now if you preview that, this is what we'll get. Right from here, you can right click and plot. There is the plot as well. Or you can just right click here and plot. Preview it one last time. If there is any changes you want to make, it looks okay. Exit and then okay that. It remembers your last location. So I'll just type 2 and click on save. Printing job we now continue doing in the background. Now back to the model tab. The next we want to do is this range, which is the last one I'll be showing you. If you want to do them all in the same view, you better, this is a block, we are coming to block in the next chapter. Select this block, our job is done. Let's go check it. There it is. Open that, I will maximize it. I'll make it a full screen. There it is, looking nice with our main drawing bold, dimension like that, everything okay. Now select that block. Its base point is way off. I'll press escape. I will select this one, which is its base point is way off as well. Select both of them and explode them. Now they are just regular lines. This is a line. Guess what this is? An ellipse. Close this. Now it's better if you want to join this in the same view. You can do that, or you can do it in 2 views. Yeah, let me show you in 2 views. First, select this and move it in place so they are a little bit closer. And then let's go to layout 1. Double click. You can make your life easier by moving this up so that you can see them on the same view. Now I press Z, enter, window, and fit this. But you can see this is a dead space. So you can move this up, or you can do it right here inside the layout space. You can decide to select them, select move, and move them up. And then use Z for zoom, W for window, and highlight them. Then double click outside, then reduce the size so that you don't see those objects. And then use the middle one to to move it somewhere visually in the middle. Press escape to select that. Now if you preview it, it will look something like this. I will exit that. If you want, you can click here and shorten this one, and perhaps double click inside, or let me double click outside, enlarge the viewport since it's somehow of a landscape. I will make it like this because it's the main thing. I will double click inside, Z for zoom, W for window, enter, and click just right there. It will zoom, and I will pan a little, double click outside, select this. This is treat this like a normal rectangle. You can copy it, copy, and copy one right below, double click, zoom, and you get this nice view of this. I just panned. I will double click out, select this, and move it down. I will double click and then use it for zoom, and zoom right on those guys. I will be getting something like this. Double click outside. This guy is getting in the frame. We don't want that. You can move this a little. If you preview that, you'll be getting something nicer like this using two viewports. Right click, exit that. I believe you can tackle this. So I'll just click on plot here, or right click and select plot, and click on OK. Give it 3. Save. Close this. It is not working in the background. The next time you come, you can just decide to select this, erase it, enlarge this one, double click inside, go to a different view, say this guy, or even this one, Z for zoom, W for window, click, zoom it right there, double click, reduce, and continue plotting. Now I will show you how to do it with scale when we come to the floor plan and elevation ones. But right now, this is how you export an image and how you draw some popular 2D and some isometric drawings. It's done. Let's go check it. Wow, just wow. And then you get this. Now we are done until I see this for diameter, which I don't know the cost of it yet, but it's also here as well, which all of them lose their leader landing. And to fix that, we have to go to the annotate and check what went wrong, what did we change, because here it seems okay. Modify. Let's take this back to 0.6. How we find it? Under the text placement and under the fit tab, let's select over dimension with leader and then click on OK. Close. That fix it. Thank God I see this much earlier on before I get a lot of comments from thousands of people. Maybe less than 10. We are done with this. I'll head over to the quick access toolbar, click on save. We are done with popular 2D designs. Let's get on to house design. So close this file by clicking here. We are done with all these projects. The dimension doesn't really matter for that 2D drawings because the dimension for imperial inches, because we didn't eventually plot it to scale. But for this one, it really does matters. Congratulations on completing part 1. You now have the foundation to confidently draw almost any 2D drawing. In part 2, we will tackle architectural projects and explore advanced techniques, shortcuts, and professional workflows. Click the video on screen or the link in the description to continue. See you in part 2.